we do the song.
Wake up everybody, stop sleeping. They want to charge more. Big companies are creeping into our internet. Internet's in distress, let's answer the SOS. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it.
Some net fairy dust made me who I am, living in an online neverland. The web's my playground, no suits allowed. Internet celebrities, let's sing it proud. I'm the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's
Hello.
the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet.
Hi, Sandra.
And I can prove it.
It's not my tights that cut off circulation. Big business wants to control the net nation. What you can see, how much you should pay. For me is this
The democratic way. On the internet, use the internet.
We're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet,
Wow,
now
thank
that's
you
the
guys.
internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it.
Wake up everybody, stop sleeping. They want to charge more. Big companies are creeping into our internet. Internet's in distress, let's answer the SOS. Keep it free and keep it open. Speak up or our World Wide Web will be broken. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it.
On the internet,
You're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like
All
the
right.
internet, we love the internet, and I can
Thank you guys so much for coming. How are you? I have a lot planned, but first of all, I thank you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you to the people who responded or commented when you didn't have to, when people try to discourage others from watching me because they're scared. They're very, very scared. And I want to make sure one thing, guys. I have 5 questions ready. Mackenzie, if any of you are up for it, I will send them to you and wait 2 hours for you to answer me back. Now, if there are indicators that the language within the answers is different from the patterns you have revealed previously, I will have to dismiss it thinking, you had a co-author. But I will give you guys the opportunity. They are very fair questions. They're non-accusatory. And so rather than telling people that, let me go right to this one, because this is actually a big compliment from Logan towards me. I want to make sure you guys look at the actual wording that she uses right here. Right here, about what I have done. Apparently, I know everything. You all are burnt. Burnt is pretty interesting, right? But she said, this guy tore my first interview to pieces and pieced it together. Of course, she tried to say something bad about me, but she wasn't able to, because remember the first time she said, my truth, I ripped her truth apart, but she doesn't, my truth is the mask for my lies. It is not the truth, it doesn't hold up. That's all I did, according to her. And I did that. I took the lies apart. But here she actually said, pieced it together. She acknowledges that the pieces fit. You see, when I saw the deception within her interview, I pointed it out, I rearranged the puzzle, and I saw how the pieces fit. And I thank you, Logan, for saying that, because you recognize that every single thing I said about your first interview is correct. I knew what you really wanted to say and did so, but you did so in a distorted manner because you tried to cover for your cousin. That was your intention. That's what you did. But you couldn't. And that's why you're irritated with me. You all wonder why I don't want to talk to him. I agree. That's exactly why. Because you had a person interviewing you who is 100% on your side, even if you make no sense. And you were surprised that all of a sudden, there's somebody that's really paying attention. And you probably never had this happen before because people maybe agree with you, or maybe people around you are even dumber. And so they, so you're able to convince. But here's the deal, Logan. I have 5 questions for you, and they're really good. So if you're up for it, I would love to send them your way. And I would love to see what the answers are. And I will be very, very fair. But I will do the same thing when I detect deception. I tear it apart, and I look how the pieces fit together. And that's all I have to say about Logan for now. So I want to go back into the case of Sebastian Rogers, but I also want to make sure, hey guys, I'm talking fast, right? That's what happens when I have stuff on my mind all day. Thank you, Cindy. I have things, I will get into Kim's question later about the polygraph, but I want to make sure that this does not get ignored. Whenever something unusual happens, guys, be it a murder, an abduction, anything, when something else takes place around the same time, don't ignore it. You can't ignore it. You can maybe keep it on the back burner, revisit later. And what you can also do is come to the conclusion it doesn't apply. But here's an example, and I want to go back to Sebastian Rogers and think for a minute about all the things that were usual in the household with Daniel, Malaya, and especially Janie, who has been talking a lot lately. And Janie leaks more than Daniel. Janie talks, and she's not as careful as she could be. And she's not as smart as, well, dare I say, I think Daniel has more intelligence than her. I think, from what I've detected. At least Daniel knows not to challenge me. Well, Janie doesn't either. But, Logan has nothing to lose, really, because she wasn't there. She didn't participate in what, I think took place. And so I never took sides in the beginning, except I allowed myself to see what I see. And now the picture is coming very clear. So think about for a minute all the things that took place. And I want to show you an initial video. Sebastian Rogers went missing. And 2 or 3 weeks later, there was this news segment from Tennessee. Is everybody familiar with Sebastian Rogers? Yeah, Janie Overload. Yeah. She's using me as an excuse why she can't talk. No, okay, one moment, guys. Does everybody here know about Sebastian Rogers? He was reported missing, when was it? On the 26th or 27th of February 2024. And you will be surprised with the similarities between the Sebastian Rogers case and Jack and Lilly Sullivan. And one thing I will tell you guys right away, there was a huge CPS issue that had gotten worse and worse and worse. And one of the things that happened alongside the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers in terms of unusual events was that Chris Proudfoot at the time hadn't been home for 3 weeks. And just like in the case of Jack and Lilly, we don't have insight into the CPS papers, which is a big problem. Was he ordered to stay away from Sebastian? Or was he unable to keep himself from beating Sebastian and worried that if he was around, he's going to whoop him again and again, as he has admitted he did with the belt? And another stepfather problem, right? So, as I have often stated, I believe when CPS failure leads to the disappearance of a child, don't expect law enforcement to do the best that they can. This is my opinion only. But before I entered the case of Jack and Lilly Sullivan, I had already been desensitized from this particular case. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Sharon, nice to see you. Fine summer, all of you guys. Wow. I'll take you back to the basics. Back to reality, guys. Too much talk elsewhere. Too much talk. Too much talk. And too much talk overshadows the facts that we wind up forgetting about. And so here's an original segment 2 or 3 weeks after. And I am always interested in the early news. And here it goes. And I get some coffee. Some more coffee.
We begin with a surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hogue with a lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now, you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show 2 people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light, believed to be people with flashlights, in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance,
Yeah, right.
authorities have reviewed security video from
It is believed by whom?
homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
He should say some morons out there think he actually walked out of his house barefoot in the middle of the night.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this is the guy I've been talking about quite a bit. I analyzed a couple of his statements. His name is Craddock. He's a sheriff. And highly deceptive.
And this one is getting the most attention,
Listen.
showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads. We'll be following that. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Okay. Yes, Charmaine, I will. Hi, and I will talk about after that. A month or so after that, Chris Proudfoot made a big deal out of this, and he called him out again and again. He backtracked. Police told Seth Rogers that it was a trash truck. That has been debunked. Now they're saying it was the angle. It was actually a truck somewhere on the street. No. I have watched the enhanced version again and again, and you clearly can see one of the people running back into the house. And here is what my conclusion was when it comes to what Katie Proudfoot had actually done. And if I find it, it'll be even better. This is from Nancy Grace. But first, the commercial has to disappear.
No, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
Wait, let me go back. Sorry.
DeVry, issues with him running or...
Wait.
That's what we were hoping that neighborhood Ring cameras and may have picked something up.
Right. Katie Proudfoot is a sociopath. And I'm 100% on that. She is a sociopath. It means it's easy for her to lie. It's easy for her to be the polygraph. It's also easy for her to almost live in a different reality.
Gotcha. I want to go back to that night. You said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I was, yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
Sorry, guys, it's the wrong timestamp I had.
DeVry.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate inside the home.
Now listen to this.
And you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise in his room before.
And this is what I'm going to get to right now.
You went to bed? What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
Around 10 o'clock, there was a noise.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
Just a thud. A thud. Just a thud. She is minimizing. She's trying to minimize the term thud. You know what a thud is? I actually looked it up precisely, and I've demonstrated it several times here. A thud. If you hear a thud from your child's bedroom, you would get up, jump up, and run in there. I'm not talking about dropping a soda can or something like that. I'm talking about a thud. And that was the original word she used, a thud.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there, go to bed. Is that right?
I
don't care what you're doing in there, go to bed. That's what she said originally. And analyze that one. I don't care what you're doing in there, go to bed. What do you mean you don't care what he's doing in there? You would say, stop what you're doing in there and go to bed, right? This makes no sense. Her statements are worth tearing into pieces and piecing them together. And I will give you the summary of what I have concluded.
On the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed?
Baba, did you fall out of the bed? She introduces falling out of bed for the first time right here. And I believe that's exactly what happened. And the reason she gave so many food references is because she also told us he gets overstimulated when he eats too much food or carbohydrates or sugar, and he had a ton of that. She talks about a colossal popcorn. She is making, in my opinion, the excuses for why she over-medicated him. There is so much more that I've previously talked about. She couldn't get him to bed. She wanted to get him to bed at 9 o'clock. She sent him to his room, and then I believe she, given him way too much medication, I believe that his body went limp, or was limp from the, he fell out of bed. Let me show you another statement. I'm still looking for the video. I had it up on my channel before. If any of you can find it, it'll be great. This video is this is actually, I had transcribed it previously. I had previously transcribed this. I think you're now seeing it. In another situation, she said, we are looking and trying to make sure everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face fall to the bottom of the feed. Let his face fall to the bottom. I will post this video and include it as soon as I can find it. It was on my channel. I had uploaded the whole interview, but YouTube didn't like that. When I upload a video from another place, I can comment on videos that I'm presenting. But look at this statement. She talked about, and Lauren from Facebook, I just asked her if she has it somewhere. I hope within my life I'll be able to present it to you. But I had transcribed it in a video about 8 months ago who caused Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. So what I love about this is the fact that we have two statements that come to the same conclusion, but the statements are made about two completely different things. Completely different. Because here she is talking about keeping him in the news, keeping him up on social media. And she says, we are out looking and trying to make sure everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face fall to the bottom of a feed. And this strange language is not coincidental, people. I love the doubles. When I have one statement and I have another one coming in that leads me to the same leakage. And the leakage here is he fell out of bed. And the lights that we had seen, I believe those lights are when Sebastian Rogers was transported out of his home. And Nick Barris said it was 3:10 p.m. 3:10 p.m. a.m. Sorry, a.m. 3:10 a.m. So, the language of Chris and Katie Proudfoot indicates Sebastian Rogers is dead. He's no longer with us. But when exactly did he die? I am not certain about that. Not yet. I am not sure. Did he die from that fall, or did he die at a later point? I know he fell out of bed and his face hit the ground. That was the third, and it was around 10 p.m. And around 3:10 a.m. was when this car transported him away. And whatever comes later, the different versions of what that car was, I pay attention, but I disregard it if it makes no sense. And I don't care what the source is, because I believe, guys, that, how do I say this nicely about law enforcement? I love law enforcement. I think that law enforcement is absolutely necessary and needs to be, the institution needs to be protected. We need law enforcement. Everybody on mic, and we depend on law enforcement. How do I say this? I'm skeptical. I don't immediately accept as fact what law enforcement states, right? So a little bit later, they told Seth Rogers, it's a trash truck. Now it's always something else. I believe you the first time. I believe that this, I looked at the enhanced footage. This was how Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his home. Now, when they came up with these various, how do I call it, yeah, it wasn't really that, it wasn't really what you see, that's when people started fabricating things. That's when the Green Hoodie, the Texas Roadhouse, Nick the Hat started making up all kinds of things, and people had already abandoned this one. Because remember, when something happens that is out of the ordinary, anything else that's also happening, don't ignore it. So in the case, think about Janie. Think about what happened that is outside of the regular pattern, aside from Jack and Lilly disappearing. All the things she would usually do, but she didn't do. All of the things that also don't make any sense. Let me listen a little bit more to these people.
And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So, and she changes her language here. Now it's whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep. Okay.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea?
I agree with you. Law enforcement is very often undertrained. Very often law enforcement is not properly trained. And they just go with their whatever they think they want to do. Look at the RCMP, man. Look at how they interrogated him for 4 hours. For 4 hours, they interrogated Daniel Martell. and they threw accusations at him, and that's not how you do it. I'm not going to show you my 5 questions for him yet, because I don't want him to prepare for them. But none of them are accusatory. They messed up from the beginning, and they gave him an excuse to be defensive. When you give them a reason to be defensive, not good, not good. They have to become defensive on their own without a reason. Then you can analyze it, and then you can realize they have something to hide. If this is what is being detected, people. But when I accuse you and say you murdered somebody, guess what? Guess what? You have any right to shut down. Even if you didn't do it. What would you say if somebody was missing in your family and they said, well, I know you killed him? You would say, shut the hell up. I'm saying nothing. I want a lawyer right now. How dare you? You would not be able to say as many things as you would be able to say if the question was, what happened? What happened next? What do you think happened? So what do you know? These are good questions to ask. These are excellent for analysis. Those are very, very useful questions to ask. But before I go further, I want to briefly, and I don't have the audio at this time, I have transcribed it before on my channel. Chris Proudfoot talked about the polygraph, and he said, but all the questions, you get them read to you, and if there's a question you don't like how it's worded, cool. You sit down and you can change it. It's an open book cheat test. I kid you not. He really said that. Chris Proudfoot was
people of
maybe
the left police, going to all the questions, relationships.
I was hoping. See, I was hoping there was the audio, but he actually said this. Chris Proudfoot was the first tour because he said it all. He didn't hold back at all. Chris Proudfoot told us things that normally we don't get in statement analysis. There was really too much to work from. There was too much to use. Hey, Charles, Chris Proudfoot revealed to us how easy it was for him. And listen to this. It's an open book cheat test. He is telling us that he needed to cheat on the polygraph. Now, whenever I revisit statements from Chris Proudfoot, I have to stop myself because I could go on for hours and hours and hours. But the problem is that law enforcement has decided to put a stop to everything. Now they're saying it's an open investigation. Why? Because I think when you close an investigation officially, they have to reveal a little bit more information, right? And they don't want to do that. So 20, 30 years from now, I expect for this to still be an open investigation. And they're going to tell, well, this officer, he's in charge of it. And he's the only one who's answering emails here and there once in a while. You know what I mean? But in reality, they're not doing anything. And the reason, guys, listen to me. If you have CPS failure resulting in the disappearance of a child, be reasonable. Law enforcement do their job, but they protect their own as well. And law enforcement and CPS, they work closely together and have to. Do you really think they are eager to expose failure, massive failure? In the case of Jack and Lilly, we're not talking about somebody once slapping a child when a child had a tantrum. That's not what we're talking. We are talking about ongoing abuse. Logan in her first interview said he had proven himself again and again. that means it was ongoing. He had to prove himself again and again and again. You see, something where she tried to make it sound like a positive. Daniel has proven himself so many times. She actually revealed to us how much of an issue was there. But aside from the abuse that I believe Daniel put up on Jack especially, but Lilly as well. And remember, Malaya said he picks on Jack, sometimes on Lilly. Yes, Lilly had a black eye, once or twice? Jack had many, and he told us himself. And he told us that just before, a day or two before the disappearance, Lilly had a black eye. That's one unusual thing. What else? The kids didn't go to school for 2 days. Why? Well, they didn't check on them in the morning to see if they could go. That's beside the point that the kids were no longer there to begin with. I believe that he was afraid that the children, that Lily's black eye will be visible. He didn't want her to go to school. He couldn't let Jack go to school because he was worried the teachers may ask, "Where's Lily?" And then Jack will say maybe, "Well, my dad hit her," or something like that. They didn't want any more problems, people. And that was very similar in the case of Sebastian Rogers. It had gotten worse and worse and worse. The breaking point, Sebastian started to talk. He started to express himself better and better with the school counselors, and the CPS did not let go. Chris Proudfoot wound up gone from the home for 3 weeks. He didn't come over the weekend. He was 3 hours away. He didn't come to his own house. He realized, if this continues, I may be doing some time. So I am not sure if CPS ordered him to stay away from Sebastian, or if he himself decided, you know what? I'm not gonna be I was hit, I'm gonna hit him. That's how I was raised. My daddy raised me that way. That's how, you know what I mean? You know how he talks. I'm a black and white kind of guy. So maybe he decided, you know what? I will not be able to stop myself from his point of view. Of course, you can stop yourself, but he actually was very much defending his own actions. And he talked again and again and again about how children are too spoiled and you got to, and mind you, what did Sebastian do that was so wrong? Did he smoke pot? Did he sneak out of the house? Did he bring a girlfriend over in the middle of the, what did he do? He left his backpack in the wrong spot. He left his shoes. He had his own room a little bit messy. His own room. He had no pride. Chris threw out all his toys because it was messy. He just bagged them up and threw everything away. You know what I mean? That was, in my opinion, actually worse than getting beaten. I'm trying to put myself into the shoes of, well, he was 15 already. I would have preferred, when I was a kid, to get one beaten, but I keep my toys that I accumulated over the years, right? I think it's actually a lot worse and a lot more dehumanizing to take all of your stuff away. I mean, imagine if they take my laptop away, somebody takes my laptop away, my phone away, and I cannot do what I love to do. That would be horrible. What would I do with myself? You know what I mean? Because whatever your room is, whatever you have accumulated, whatever you're doing in there, that's an extension of your mind. And Jack also, he kind of created his own world there. Now, mind you, this is a boring place for Jack and Lily to grow up. But thankfully, they had each other. And they loved school. Why? Because, oh my God, away from this trailer with, one of you have said it's like, Janie reminds me of the Wicked Witch and Hansel and Gretel. And they enjoyed being around normal people, a normal environment, a positive environment, other children. So what else did Jack really have to do than, hey, collecting worms, I guess, or whatever? What do you do there as a child? I didn't grow up like that. There was stuff to do where I grew up, you know what I mean? And Lily was making mud pies. And make no mistake about this, people. To talk about making mud pies, there is also an unconscious attempt to make the children look like they are dirty. Mud pies, worms, centipedes, all of that. Everything Janie is saying has a negative undertone when it comes to Jack and Lily. She doesn't choose to talk about anything that she considers positive. And of course, this is absolutely projection also. Her own misery, she tried to protect on the children. And she made them miserable. And Wade was right when Wade said, you know what, there is really bad energy on this property. And you know what, sometimes a person who just opens up is the best witness you can possibly have. He didn't have an agenda. He expressed it how he saw it. And that's why we love witness statements, because everyone has a different angle. The only thing that's important is that people don't have an ulterior motive or any type of bad intention. So, let me see what else I was going to get to. Yes, what I was going to get to, and I'm going to get to, is the fact that, well, there are quite a few things that were out of the ordinary with her, with Janie. Every Friday she goes to the market, right? Every Friday she goes into town. But she didn't that day. I'm pretty sure she went to bed every single night pretty early so she can get up at 6 in the morning and feed her chickens. However, that day, when she woke up, Janie Mackenzie went back to sleep. Let me put her picture up there so we don't forget. Let me just put her picture up because I want to put the picture of whoever I'm talking about. How about when she was a little bit better looking? No, that's not the Janie. You see, that picture doesn't reflect the Janie she became, by the way. I had a real issue when I first heard her voice and I only saw that picture and I thought, what? She doesn't look like the type of woman that would spew such hatred. But then I saw what she looks like now. Oh, okay, now it made all sense. Now it made sense to me. You know what I mean? And I believe people can change, and people often change based on who they are. Who you are shows itself later. If you have good energy, you become better looking at time. And if you have horrible energy, well, it shows itself eventually. You see? Very similar to this guy, Chris Proudfoot now. This is how he looks now. A little bit different, right? Things catch up with you eventually. Back to Janie, but you know what? The similarities are staggering, people. And the whole time with RCMP, I saw it coming. And I thought, oh my God, this is heading in the same damn direction. It's heading in the same direction. I see that. And the moment I learned about CPS, and I learned it from Janie originally. I'm sorry, that was Logan. But then, a week later, the article came up. A week later, I realized, wow. At that moment already, I said, now, the wind is out of my sails. And several have asked me, have you forwarded my information to RCMP? Well, several people have. Not have included the video, but also put into their own words what they believe should be done. But I immediately realized that may not be something that will make a difference. You know what I mean? False hope is something I don't have, so I don't get disappointed. Because disappointment can only lead to burnout. And it's much better for me to keep doing what I'm doing regardless of what other people are doing. Meaning, I can't say, okay, this is not going anywhere. Now I'm going to say, forget it, and not do anything and not research anything anymore. So I decide to be very, very, it's not my case, guys. It's not my case. It's a training tool, and I can help people push them on the right path. So now we're going to see a lot of searches. We're going to see a lot of activity, which I believe will only lead to an answer if you look in the right places. And even then, you may or may not get an answer. But the water references are solid. Ocean references, solid. As soon as Kim comes on, I'm going to talk about the polygraph issue because she asked me a question. And I understand Ninchi had uploaded something about new statements. I may get to this. What's better? Or you want to talk about Christian Katie Proudfoot for a little bit? It's up to you guys. Either way is fine. Because I believe that we learn each one, whatever one teaches us about the other. With all of that's gone, all that property, it should be bulldozed. Yeah. Was it Justin's wedding? I don't really know. I'm going to drag this out a little bit because I don't want to, Janie's voice is really a catastrophe. It's something that I tune out of real quickly. Danielle, wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, anybody, any of you that has the right connection, anything. Okay, yes, I saw the FBI update, but you know what? Have you ever listened to, what's her name? Jennifer Coffindaffer? Let me say it very general right now. Good evening, Belinda. When somebody has shown me intent, yeah. I don't know if I talked about her quite a bit on Twitter before. So if you can send, if you send it to me again, I just watched a very short segment, Grendel. And I believe it as much as I believe what law enforcement told Seth Rogers when they told him it was a trash truck. Of course it wasn't a trash truck at 3:10 in the morning. Exactly. Thank you so much, Grendel. Yes, I saw that about the angle was wrong and it was really a truck on the road. It wasn't. It wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. You know what I mean? So, Belinda, I've been talking about similarities between the cases of Sebastian Rogers and Jack and Lilly Sullivan and the coincidences. the so-called coincidences that don't exist. Nope, no more Sebastian for now. Sorry, but I'm gonna go. I actually want to put my image back up here that I think is speaking for itself. Whenever something unusual happens, do not ignore other unusual events, people. Don't ignore the fact Janie every Friday went to the market with her brother, but not that Friday. Janie went to bed at a reasonable time. She woke up at 6 and was up for the day. That day, she kept going back to sleep. Janie told Belinda she was raking potholes that night. Does she do that on a regular basis? No. I don't think she's raking anything on a regular basis, especially not at night. And then she told us in the interview, and that's why I say I think Daniel is smarter than her, because she actually openly admitted she was raking the driveway in the middle of the night, in the pitch black dark. She admitted to that. Is that something she does on a regular basis? Is it normal for the children to leave 2 days of school? What else do you remember that isn't normal? Unusual. You see, my point was, Belinda, from the beginning, whenever something unusual happens. So unusual, Sebastian disappeared. Pay attention to what else is happening, which is unusual as well. A car pulls up at 3:10 in the morning. And if I see you guys interested in it, I will get the enhanced footage as well. Talk more about it later. Don't ignore it. No matter who tells you, there's nothing here. I saw the article. They're talking about, online rumors. No, some are, some are not. Well, most are, some are not, right? What else was unusual? What else stands out to you where a regular pattern had been interrupted? Yes. Yes, Charles, and now let's go back to the polygraph. And I want to point this out to you guys because this is something I talked about 2 or 3 months ago, actually. 2 or 3 months ago. And the questions and the fact that I believe the baseline was off. Because if you are too calm or too hyper, the polygraph is bound to be off. The questions were, and they were stupid, by the way. The question should have been, do you know what happened to Jack? And then, do you know what happened to Lilly? And if he says no and shows deception, then you bring them back for another polygraph, and then you zero in on the right questions. That's how you conduct a professional polygraph test, an examination. You don't begin with an accusation or an assumption. You cannot, unless it's 100% proven, even though we all disagree, I agree that they are no longer alive based on the language from Malaya, but that is not how you introduced it unless you have proof. In a polygraph, this was the worst polygraph examination, that one of the worst I have ever seen. And that's when I changed my mind about the RCMP. And I told you guys before, I hear I was... I know that Sheriff Aaron Craddock looks like an idiot, in the case of Sebastian Rogers. I didn't expect much, but I hear Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Royal. And I thought, wow, their hiring process must be a little bit better. You know what I mean? Sounds pretty elite to me. And I was hoping. But when I realized Daniel told us already about 2 of these questions, remember? He told us that they asked, did you kill Jack and Lilly? And did you help? I forgot which ones, but he mentioned already 2 of these 4 questions. And he told us, you cannot ask this, you need to ask them first if they know what happened. Then you have a solid basis. Then you can establish guilty knowledge or worse. You ask, do you know what happened to Jack? Do you know what happened to Lilly? Just in case, guys, he may know about one, but not the other. If you say Jack and Lilly, but Jack actually gotten into a substance and it was an accident, which of course would be their responsibility if they leave stuff around him. But remember, when Janie said he was a curious little boy, I believe that is actually leakage, where she is blaming Jack for having gotten into something that led to what spiraled out of control. And I'm using very soft language here, by the way, right? Because I'm accused of taking sides. I don't take sides. I let the language guide me, but I don't ignore it. I don't overlook anything, guys. Did you kill Jack or Lilly? And Lilly? No. Jack or Lilly would have been better. But if he didn't kill both, but one, it would be easy to. No, I didn't. No. But if you say, do you know what happened to Jack? Do you know what happened to Lilly? In a perfect world, these would be the only 2 questions to ask him in the beginning. And then you adjust a follow-up based on the answers. If he was deceptive and still not talking, then you do another interview. Then you confront him and say, you know what? You were deceptive. You know what happened to Jack. So let me ask you, what happened to Jack? You got to go really methodical here. You can't be a rookie cop. You can't be somebody who's trying to be a hard ass. You can't be the butcher of Lansdowne. You can't be the type of guy, oh, I'm a sheriff in town. I'm going to show you guys what's going on here. You're going to confess, boy. None of this crap, man. None of this movie crap. You got to go intelligently into their minds and let them tell you. Did you see anyone kill Jack and Lilly? Stupid question. Did you help kill Jack and Lilly? Well, you know what? This question may come up further depending on the result of the first polygraph. Then you can think about, what am I going to ask what's logical right now? Now, number 4 is, did you help get rid of Jack and Lilly's body? And that is one where I have to now look at some of the statements. And I think that interview is on Adventures Underwater UK, right? Where Daniel Martell, is being asked. Daniel Martell is being asked about the polygraph examination. It's on different channels, right? It's on, let me see. Adventures Underwater UK. I want to make sure I got the right one here. See, no matter how I prepare, I always wind up doing some different. But that's cool. Okay.
I didn't kill Lily and Jack.
It's been 6 weeks now since you've seen Lily and Jack. I just want to ask, how are you?
It's been...
I love her voice, by the way. How are you holding up? She doesn't trust him one bit, man.
a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanted to know like what happened.
And that's the problem?
It's been from sadness to anger at this point. And I know
because Malaya left you, you're angry now. I understand.
Oh, the RCMP and major crimes are working around the clock trying to piece everything together.
Trying to, not piecing everything together, trying to piece everything together.
And I'm grateful for that.
Because he knows they're looking in the wrong direction. I'm grateful for that. Yeah, you are. You are grateful for what they haven't done.
But it always leaves the question, 6 weeks has gone by, and we know this.
And this question, that's not a problem for him, because I do believe he took them up to the ocean. And I will stick with that, guys. And I don't care when people talk about mine shafts or any of that. There are ocean references all over the place from all three of the people who were there, Janie, Daniel, and Malaya. It's ocean, ocean, ocean. With Chris Proudfoot, it was dig, dig, dig. Bulldozer, digging, 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 digging. I know where to look.
You feel in the beginning that they suspected you?
Of course.
Of course. The
stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
No, it's not because you're the stepfather. A stepfather is a person of interest in the beginning. Absolutely. But prime suspect? No. There are other reasons.
You felt that from the beginning?
Yeah.
But you don't feel that now?
No, I don't feel that at all. I asked for the lie detector exam, the polygraph exam. I gave them my phone. I told them do drug tests because there's a lot of rumors online about a drug test.
And then he looks down when he says drug test.
At this point, they're not in the woods. And where are they?
Did you feel in the beginning that they suspected you?
Of course. The stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
You felt that from the beginning?
Yeah.
But you don't feel that now?
No, I don't feel that at all. I asked for the lie detector exam, the polygraph exam. I gave them my phone. I told them do drug tests because...
And then he looks down with the drug test thing. Really? Did he take one? We know now he was using. He admitted to it, right? You see? He tells us, even though he knows he was using, he claims that he told him, I'll do a drug test. And maybe he did, preemptively. Maybe he said he wanted to look like he's an open book. But we know now that he was using, right? Now we know. Haley started it. And then Malaya talked about it. For 2 years he had been using. So even though he's making this comment right now, he knows he would have failed one. Isn't that interesting? So you think he was sure he would pass a polygraph? He uses it in the same... You see what I'm saying? He is presenting himself as a guy who's asking, give me a polygraph. He's asking, give me a rug test. He knew he wouldn't pass that one. Or maybe he wasn't sure. He's the type of guy who will give it a try, rather than sitting around and waiting for things to happen to him. That's part of who he is. It's not always rational, but sometimes it actually works. So just because thank you, CB, do you think all of the water references are leakage or attempts to misdirect? I don't believe he's bright enough. And Malaya said surf effort. Janie talked about her property. It's nowhere near the ocean. Daniel, mud, international sea. Nope, Nope. From the beginning, he gave water references. He talked, he was running through the water waist deep. I believe he was waist deep in water. They should have taken his clothing and examined it, if whether or not it was fresh water or salt water. Because if he came out and explained his clothing was so wet because he had been looking for Jack and Lily in Lake Lansdowne or something like that, you would say, okay, come here, buddy. Change into some else and put these clothing in the bag right here in front of us. And we're going to take it to the lab and we're going to see the origin of the water. We would be able to see. Is it Lansdowne Lake? We take our samples from Lansdowne, or the creeks, or the rivers, or all of these, right? And we're going to be able to tell how the water got there onto your clothing. To change and didn't want to change and didn't want to have all wet clothes. He rather wanted to preemptively go out there before police comes so he can say, I was doing this, I was doing that. He said 12 minutes it took them. And how long had he been gone? How long? Well, they came at 10:26, right? When did they say they called? So in what? 20 minutes, he'd gone through all the culverts. He ran waist deep through water. No, they should have immediately stopped him. Not only kept him from going back into the woods, but said, okay, so where were you? Take his statements, take all of the statements. Why are you wet? They had the opportunity to do it, but they didn't, in my opinion, right? So when he was so confident saying, I want to polygraph, take this into consideration before you think that means he was certain he would pass. Before you say, well, if you're asking for a polygraph, it may be an indicator you're innocent. He also asked for the rug test, right? So we can see a pattern. We can establish a Daniel baseline through this. Yes, he is the type of person who will say, I'll do it, even though it may not be a good idea, even though he may think it's not a good idea. Absolutely. In the very beginning, they were not looking closely at him at all. At all, guys. At all. Believes the Dennis. I'm looking for leakage, Kent. Leakage. I'm not looking at what Daniel's trying to say. I'm looking at what he's actually telling us. Oh, this is a different conversation. Okay, I'll keep going here. So, Daniel asked for the polygraph. He gave the phone.
There's a lot of rumors online about a drug party. I know the person that said those rumors, and it was just to take the heat off themselves.
Of himself? For what? What was he accused of? What was the heat about? He doesn't specify it.
Was there any kind of party?
No.
Was there any kind of gathering that someone might have thought was a party?
No.
There were no people at the house?
No. Not the night before.
Okay, you mentioned...
Not the night before. Okay, yeah. Yep, that's exactly what he did. He asked for it, guys. He asked for it. Even though he knew he would fail, most likely, the rug test. But he said it because he, at this time, wanted to still present himself as not being a user, right? So he used that phrase. He said these things with an intention, and the intention was to lead us to believe he's clean.
You offered to take a polygraph test?
Okay, and now it gets interesting about the polygraph.
Did the RCMP take you up on that?
Yes, it did.
And how did that unfold?
That unfolded in my favor.
You see, the reason for a polygraph would be to eliminate somebody as a suspect so the police can go full speed ahead with the investigation and not waste time on you anymore. That's why John Walsh says, if you're a parent of a missing child, volunteer for a polygraph, because they will stop wasting their energy and their focus on you. But the real work begins the moment that you pass the polygraph. That's not a celebration moment. Yeah, I got the... John Walsh didn't say at the time, hey guys, guess what? Oh, by the way, my son is still missing. But here's the good news. I passed the polygraph. It wasn't me. You know what I mean? He didn't even talk about it. He volunteered immediately. He said, I know I'm a suspect. I don't care. This is nothing personal. I understand. And I don't care. My feelings are not hurt. The only thing I want is my son back. That was just a stepping stone towards full speed ahead in the investigation, looking towards the right direction. Even if you don't have the right direction, he's not clean by showing up for his will. What do you mean, Kent? About taking the poly? No more? Well, I don't know if he's using now. Well, I can make my guesses, but either way, the polygraph is only a stepping stone, guys. That's only a hurdle that you jump over, or don't even have to jump. Something you walk through, and then they understand. So here we go. It unfolded in his favor. It's celebration time for him, and now he's done. Nothing about Jack and Lilly. Nothing, guys. Not a thing.
They obviously know I wasn't lying about anything.
So they said, yeah, great.
They obviously know. Well, when somebody says obviously, that's trying too hard to convince me.
You come in for a polygraph test?
Yeah, it took a little while to set up. And
when did you do that test?
I don't know the exact date, but that would be at least 3 weeks ago, probably.
So roughly 3 weeks after the disappearance.
Yeah.
And I think most Canadians wouldn't have any idea what's involved with that. Can you describe the process? You go.
And that's a good question. I like how she asked it, because she actually gives the reason why she asks, which I don't believe is the reason. I mean, Canadians don't know anything about polygraph. I don't know. But she is putting him now in the position of being a teacher, right? Hey, Daniel, you have experience with something that none of us know anything about. Why don't you go into deep detail and let us know everything that took place? Very good way of asking him. And she don't believe her own bullshit, which is a good thing as a journalist, to get him to open up and give us some information, right? It's a lot better than to say, we know you killed Jack and Lilly. That's the wrong approach, guys. We want to ask questions that get him to open up and answer. Only then we can get leakage. Otherwise they clam up and don't talk.
And just tell us right from the start.
We go in, sit down in a big comfy chair.
We go in, okay, sit down in a big comfy chair. So he's very much focused on the process. And look at how much detail he remembers. What did you do in the morning? Well, I got up, I made some coffee, and I left around 8:10 to go to work. If you give too much detail, I went in the bathroom, I brushed my teeth, I did this. And why do you believe that Daniel asked for the polygraph and drug testing? Because he told everyone he did? No. He asked for it because he wants to give the impression that he has nothing to hide. He didn't know he was going to pass. I think he thought he had a chance to pass. I think that was on his mind. But look, Malaya said he had been using for 2 years, continuously. How long I mean, how long does it stay in your system, by the way? Let's say he hadn't used for even a week. Would it still be in your system? It would be. It would be in your hair, right? The residue will be in your hair. Right? It's easy to test. Oh, 3 days only? Okay. 48 hours? So I guess they don't take a piece of your hair, right? Hair is like, yeah, absolutely. They should do it with the hair, right? But do they do it with the hair, or they just have you pee in a cup? Yeah, so if he shows up for the rug test and his head is shaven, then put on the cuffs, man. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was a urine test. Exactly. Hair would be much more reliable, guys, but whatever their standard. Oh, really? In the US, it's hair? Okay. Yeah, I think that's a better thing, guys. Hair shows long term, absolutely. Yeah, whatever that's true, actually, yeah. Pubic, he's like, nope, I'm trimmed, baby. Well, let's get your leg, dude. Get the leg hair. Somewhere you gotta have hair. Unless you did a whole Brazilian nude waxing job. Yeah, absolutely. He knew he wasn't going to. Okay, so they do a urine one. So let's say he forced himself not to use anything, and he thought he may be able to pass. But the bottom line is that he said, I'm taking a rug test. Why is he introducing that? Because he wants you to get the impression that he's clean with nothing to hide. That is the purpose. And the same way, he wanted to tell us he's volunteered for the polygraph because he wants to give us the impression he's not lying about anything. And that tells us that he actually feels the need to convince us that he's not lying, the same way he felt the need to convince us he's not taking any substances, and that is the pattern. That is his baseline pattern. That's how he operates, guys. Mike, please what? I'm missing some questions, even though it's subscribers only now, which is really beautiful, by the way. CB, repeat it, please. Yeah, he knew exactly. He knew his only chance he had was to create an image, people. An image that was different from who he had been. Oh, why does anybody believe that he asked for it? I didn't believe it. I did not believe it. I'm looking at his basic pattern, and he seems like the kind of person who's like, I had nothing to do with it. What do you want me to do? I do it here. Take my phone. Do this. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Because maybe he wanted to give the impression that he has nothing to hide. He comes off like this type of person. So I am considering the possibility that he actually, he may have. That doesn't mean he did. But it could have been that one cop said, would you be willing to take a polygraph? And he said yes. And then he said he volunteered. The same way that Janie supposedly volunteered to have her trailer searched after they told her, we'll take you in. and we'll get a warrant, and don't piss us off, because once we have a warrant, after you refuse, we will turn your trailer upside down. And as crappy as it looks now, it looks like a mansion compared to what it's gonna look after we're done with it. So you want to piss us off? Make it worse? So he said, okay, I volunteer. Maybe that was his answer when he realized that they're putting pressure on him. He's not good with pressure. So it's somewhere in between, I believe. I believe, yes, these are the types of people that will volunteer once they realize that this could be their best bet. And of course, I believe that they also introduced to him the possibility of, you may need to take a rug test. And has he taken one before? What happened with the CPS? That's the problem. And maybe Belinda will be able to find out more information about all of that. But they're going to fight not to give up these files, people. Because you know what? Why is the CPS in business? If they let 2 children live in this house continuously, the way it looked, with the black eyes, with the abuse, the kids didn't wear the proper clothing in school, they were undernourished, malnourished maybe, all of these different things. This house should be a poster child of what not to do. In their offices, they should be like, if this is what the house looks like, this is why we do what we do, to keep people out of houses like that, to keep children out of houses like that. But they didn't do that, guys. They failed. They seriously failed, guys. So that's when I'm getting skeptical that police is doing everything that they could be doing. And that was already the case with Sebastian Rogers. That was the case with him already. So this is really, man, I saw that movie before. You know what I mean? But now we want to know, how could he have passed the polygraph? How? And we need to understand exactly what they are doing. What they are doing, and let me show you this real quickly. So I printed it out from AI. Why not, right? Everybody's using it. Because the procedure varies from place to place. A polygraph test attempts to detect deception by measuring and recording involuntary physiological responses. That's what they're doing. They're not detecting lies. They're recording your responses after you give an answer, such as heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, and perspiration. So heart rate is a big one. And if Janie had a problem with her heart, that would be an official reason. But I'm still wondering, did they administer a test already? And then later said her heart rate or her heart problem? Did she say, well, it's because of my heart, I have a bad heart? I don't know. Did they already examine her? Because I would think it would make more sense that they give her a physical and the doctor says, nope. They talk and say, nope, she's not suited. Let's give it a try and see how it goes. So, did she fail and then said, well, I have a real heart problem, that's why. And they said, okay, let's dismiss the answers. I don't know. Sensors attached to the body monitor these indicators while the subject answers a series of questions. The theory is that lying creates stress, leading to different physiological patterns compared to telling the truth, which the polygraph records as changes from a baseline. The baseline is what's important, guys, the baseline. So if you are a continuously nervous person, hyped up to begin with, there is a chance that the difference between the answers where you're deceptive and the answers where you're truthful, it doesn't detect enough of a difference to alert the machine. An examiner compares responses to relevant questions against those to control questions to identify potential deception. Got it. So blood pressure, respiration, perspiration. Let's go down here. There's one that baseline measurement, the subject answers control questions such as, is your name, to establish a baseline of normal physiological responses. And then they ask you also to lie, and they measure that. Let's see what he is telling us. This is different than the one I had before, by the way. I put it up before, and this is not as good as what I had before. Let me see if I can get it back. Yeah, control questions. Control questions are also used, which are designed to elicit a truthful or slightly heightened physiological response from almost anyone. Comparison compares these responses. How do you react? Am I still live? Okay, I need to turn my fan off, maybe. All right, people. I think I'm good. I'm good. I think I'm on now. It's always weird when the messages stop and then I get 100 of them immediately. Yep, there we go. Thank you, guys. Okay. Here he tells us.
And they have multiple sensory pads. You have them underneath your forearms, you have them underneath your butt, and you have them underneath your feet with your shoes off. You have a sweat gland on one finger. You have a measuring instrument for blood flow that goes in and out of your hand. And you have a cuff on your arm for blood pressure to measure.
Look how detailed he is here. Look how detailed he is. This was a very crucial moment for him. When you have crucial moments like that, every second passes like a minute. And you are on high alert. And he knew how important that was going to be for him. He knew his life depended on it, in my opinion, the same way he knew how his life depended on getting back to the pipeline, in my opinion. Okay, guys, in my opinion. Well, Janie told us he was there all day long. Okay, Janie? So I am telling you what you said. So if you're accusing me of making something up, let me remind you, I listen. I listened to you. You picked him up from the pipeline, you brought him back there, and his friends were there. And we know who they are. We know some of them. We don't know if there was nobody else, because I'm getting a lot of names sent my way and a lot of more information, and I hold back with that, right? Unless I'm 100%, I'm not going to present these names. And that's not what I do. I will present them when something is proven. But you were there at the pipeline all day long. When you said you were running through water, you were with waist deep, you were searching everything. I believe you ran through the woods the moment Officer Oliver said, go ahead, go for it, and went straight back to the pipeline area. And that's where a lot of people were, because I believe there was evidence, there was tire tracks, and I do believe after you guys were done for a few hours, there was nothing left to be found, except maybe a couple of things here and there. And that's why you almost cried when you talk about the officer allowing you to go back there, because you were desperate to make sure you didn't drop something that can work against you.
Pulse.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was extremely nervous.
I was extremely nervous. So he was extremely nervous in general, people. In general. Extremely nervous. So you go in there extremely nervous. Now, I think that Malaya, on the other hand, was extremely calm. And as detached as she is, she may have even been calm when she answered certain questions deceptively. And I don't believe that these people who examined were the best of the best whatsoever. quite the opposite, judging by the questions. So never tell me, okay, I passed the polygraph. Well, tell me what the questions were. Tell me I passed this question, I passed that question. Give me the exact wording.
Especially with the first question I asked you, did you kill Lilly and Jack?
Especially with this first question. But you passed, so why were you so nervous? Why were you so nervous if you passed this question? That is my question to you. You passed, but you were extremely nervous. I wonder why. Does that make sense to you guys? I need the fan. Why would this question make you so extremely nervous? And you're admitting to it. No, it says baby sister, not babysitter. That was, what's her name? She read it wrong on one of her videos. There was no babysitter, it said baby sister. Yeah. So, who cheat with whom? Okay.
That was the first question I asked you.
Yeah.
And he's truthful about that one, actually. Did you kill? Well, I don't know, unless Janie lies with him together about it, but I don't think so. I think these are actually the questions that he was asked. And he wouldn't.
What went through your mind when someone's asking you that question so point blank like that?
That's a good question as well.
Your mind has a massive release of chemicals, I guess you would call them.
And this answer, people, listen to this answer. That was almost at verbatim an AI answer that one of you has sent me. That tells me that before he went into the polygraph, he has researched polygraphs. Listen to this answer.
It's like your stress levels just astronomically through the roof, and your body.
Your stress level? No, your stress level. And it's not supposed to be, because that is why we're doing the polygraphs, to see if it triggers stress in you. If you're already going into a polygraph examination extremely nervous, then guess what? Your baseline is going to be already including high stress indicators, so that lowers the variation between what is being registered between answers where you are truthful and answers where you are deceptive, meaning that even the control questions may be very similar to each other in terms of what they indicate in terms of stress. And that can mess up a polygraph significantly. And there may have been a few variations here and there, but maybe they're going by a formula. if they're under 0.8 or something like that, then you have to disregard. They don't take into consideration that everybody has a different way to react to lies. Some people, they register less stress when they're lying than others. Everybody, well, unless you're a sociopath. A sociopath can convince himself of a fake reality, which I believe Katie Proudfoot is and has done, to where there is almost, if not an identical receptor measurement between deceptive and truthful answers. If your stress level is already extremely high, and maybe he actually learned about that, you can try to calm yourself and convince yourself of a fake reality and have your baseline low stress. Or you can be so stressed out through the whole time that there is not much of a difference between your truthful control answers and your deceptive answers when it comes to questions like the ones that they gave you. Now, of course, the one question that stood out to me from that Janie has told us she was asked is the following, and that's number 4. Did you help get rid of Jack and Lily's bodies? Number 4. The first 3 I see easy to pass, especially if one was an accident. However, the 4th one requires me to look deeper into what he actually tells us with his own words, how he felt throughout the process. And throughout this process, his stress levels were already extremely high. Through the roof. He looked it up. He learned about it. He prepared for it. Listen to this. And when he tells us your stress levels, that almost sounds like he's reciting an AI answer when they're telling us your levels will be what do I expect from a polygraph if I'm lying? Ask AI that question. What can I expect in terms of a polygraph test result if I am being deceptive? You want me to ask Google right now? I can. Give me a second. What happens in a polygraph examination when I'm lying? It was supposed to be. Can you read it, Google? What am I doing here? Well, it's saying all of these things about Yep, it's about no, it's not identical to what he said. Let me see, one moment. How can a polygraph tell I am lying? Let's see. Stress and fears being measured. He's looking at false positives, false negatives. Some false positives. A truthful person can experience, okay, false negatives. Some people might not react significantly to questions, even if they're lying, because they lack the emotional response associated with deception, right? I believe that's the case with Malaya. Some people might not react significantly, even if they're lying, because they lack the emotional response associated with deception. I believe, having seen Malaya, how she talks about Jack and Lilly, her indifference and everything, that could be a possibility. You see, there's a reason this is not admissible in court, people. And you need to establish the baselines. And you need to have a very detailed pre-interview that almost resembles what I am doing in terms of analyzing the patterns linguistically. And if you don't do that, you ask a very careful question. Do you know what happened to Jack? And do you know what happened to Lilly? What did he talk about? Astronomical stress levels? Well, here it is. People can be stressed and have strong physiological, not just when they're lying. You see? The polygraph measures people can be stressed and have strong physiological reactions for many reasons, not just when they're lying. Absolutely. His language now indicates that he has been looking into these things, guys. He was curious. Not just curious. Well, there's so much more here. And it's all like your finger. Electrodes attached to your fingers measure changes. Your chest, everything is your. So I believe that what he's telling us, a lot of it, he may remember what he's been looking up before. I believe he looked deeply into it. He was so extremely nervous. Why wouldn't he? Right? Because saying your and keeping it so general rather than telling us what he went through, okay, why polygraphs are controversial? Measures emotion, not lies. Absolutely. And that's why a sociopath has an easy time lying, because the empathy, the emotions are going to be absent. They don't feel bad about what they did. Ted Bundy passed. He did not feel bad about what he had done. He was indifferent. To him, it was like, okay, I had one victim, next. Who's next? Already forgotten. And he didn't care. And I said before, Katie Proudfoot is a sociopath who I believe passed easily. I don't believe Chris Proudfoot is one. And that's why he told us how he did it. He said it's an open book cheat test. So no, I need to look exactly at the control questions. If you show me the printout of the measurements for the control questions that where he had to lie and where he had to tell the truth, that's what I want to see before I examine everything else. The reaction to each and every question. And I bet you there's a difference somewhere that is not different enough to register above a certain scale that by protocol is required to show up as being deceptive. vulnerable to manipulation, high rate of false positives. Innocent and nervous people may show a stronger response to relevant questions, causing the test to falsely label them as deceptive. The reverse can also happen with some guilty individuals passing the test. You see that? Innocent and nervous people may show a stronger response. And they know that. But guilty and nervous people, they show a response throughout. But I'm not going to get any deeper into this. I just want to show you guys what I think that his language, or what he said. Oh, no more Janie. Not for now. Okay, guys, listen.
What the first question I asked you, did you kill Lilly and Jack?
That was the first question I asked you.
Yeah. Yeah.
What went through your mind when someone's asking you that question so point blank like that?
Your mind has a massive release of chemicals, I guess you would call them.
I guess you would call them. He doesn't remember what AI said.
It's like your stress levels just...
Right. Sounds very similar to what I just read, right?
Astronomically through the roof, and your body doesn't know what to do.
That's his interpretation of what he read.
Because it's not every day the way you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room where someone...
Oh, that's why. That's what makes you so nervous. The machines?
Ask you questions like that.
What?
Well, you say no.
What other kinds of questions did they ask you?
All the questions pertain to the death of Lilly and Jack.
Mm-hmm. But you see, this is different. The death of Lilly and Jack. He's using his own language here.
Are you accessory to the murder of Lilly and Jack? They were all...
And now it's murder.
So all of the questions assumed that the children are no longer alive?
Yeah.
There were no questions at all about, did you take them somewhere? Could they be somewhere?
Yeah. You see, these were highly accusatory questions, guys. And let me see if somebody messaged me back a link to what I was looking for. Because I have only this prepared for now. Give me 1 second. So several of you have sent me this about the... Oh my God. I don't know. Have you listened to that from the Lynchy channel? Jenny, clarifications? He titles it like an event that happened. Absolutely. Absolutely, guys. Let me go back there. Absolutely. Let me go back there with Daniel. Let me go back with Daniel, man. Because Daniel... because we got to get to this. We got to realize why. I'm reading your comments now. But he's telling us exactly what I believe he had read about polygraphs. I was trying to find only the video where actually Chris Proudfoot talks about a polygraph, and also where Katie made the comment about the face falling to the bottom. It's a very early interview. Let me go a little bit here. I'll be right back, guys.
No.
The police have done a number of polygraph tests. They've done 53 formal interviews.
Okay.
Do you know who these people are?
Yeah.
That's a lot of interviews.
It is a lot of interviews. A lot of them are my family, people that live in the area. And those interviews, typically my interview was 4 hours. And a lot of the interviews from my family were 1 2 hours. So there's a lot of time taken up, and they ask detailed questions.
Do you know who else actually took a polygraph test?
I mean, I do, but I'm not going to say anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Okay. When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
What did they say to you?
You did a good job, you passed.
And how did that feel?
Good.
Good. Success. Absolute success. I believe he prepared very well for this event. He is describing a real event here that was significant. Do you think John Walsh prepared for his polygraph when his son was missing? Do you think that's what he did? Do you think he looked up how to beat a polygraph test? You sent an email to me? Let me check it. Oh, yeah. Oh. Let me see. Oh, interesting. May 12th was the initial test after children's. May 12th? I thought it was 3 weeks after. And then they late May took another one, same questions, just louder. Really? And early June, another one? No, but the sources clutched them. No. You see, the problem with AI is that sometimes they, the source. I mean, the first is CBC interview. The next one is never a truer word. I don't know about that one too. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't. Live stream chat. Okay, that's important to me. I took 3 polygraphs, passed them all. They kept asking the same questions, just louder. That's what he said? Yeah, I realize with AI, sometimes they use as a source a certain channel or podcast. Yeah, absolutely. AI doesn't differentiate. So if it's on Clutched and Pearls or if it's an actual or CBC, they don't differentiate at this time. I think they're getting better at it. But I saw also in another table where the majority was good, but then they threw in a couple of channels. And when I looked at the reference, it was really just a speculation. So yeah, I can go back into the details of the different answers he had given on different channels. And let's go back to Google Maps, actually, man. Google Earth. Now I'm taking requests. I feel like I'm a DJ here. But this is actually a compilation here of...
And then her mother started babbling on about, I can't believe they're gone, or something like that. I didn't pay much attention to her because then Justin showed up, and then I told Justin to go get the bike, the four-wheeler, and I get back over to my trailer, my RV here, and just waited around here until Justin came. Some of my family was here, so...
I heard this already, right? Let me go in the right order here with the other one.
He would play on the swing. He was a happy-go-lucky boy.
He was a happy-go-lucky boy. Was. Past tense, people.
Lilly, she was a Miss...
Also, past tense. Lilly, look how she's watching what she's saying right now. Exactly, babbling on when it's concerning two missing children. Absolutely. She calls it babbling on. Yeah, let's go back here.
I interact, but you'll know what I mean. Her mother says they were autistic. I'm not sure, but I can't say the word. And then her mother started babbling on about, I can't believe they're gone.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? She talks about Malaya's mother, right? I can't believe they're gone. Well, that's also a very final statement, because you wouldn't say they're gone when they're missing. We need to find them. That's what you would say. You wouldn't say, I can't believe they're gone. If your daughter was missing and you don't know what happened, if she ran away, if she was taken in the car, would you say, I can't believe she's gone? Would you surrender and say, I'm going through pain and sorrow right now, and I can't believe she's gone? Is that what you... Look at Belinda and Chelsea right now, what they're doing. Even though Belinda has stated her thought, they're no longer with us, based on what Malaya has said and based on her actions. And by the way, I will go now also back to the Katie and Chris Proudfoot interview, because also Nancy Grace asks them about whether or not they had left their own property. So I'm going to jump around a little bit, because I don't want us to get stuck only in what we know about this case. I want us to revisit the case of Sebastian Rogers, knowing what we know now. And I'm looking for it. Give me 1 second, people.
No, ma'am.
Okay, here we go. Let's compare these two. Let's compare this.
And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not, no.
Yeah, right.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
Did you say mulch or mush?
Do certain things where there's light.
Ring cams point toward your house. Could they pick that up? Once anything at all that would have given reading something? What were you reading? Gotcha.
By the way, she is horrible. Nancy Grace is absolutely horrible in terms of only asking accusatory questions that make it too easy for them to give very short answers. You have to ask open-ended questions. And Nancy Grace has gotten so many cases so wrong. I don't know why people watch her. I guess if she gets interviews like these, yes, I watch it because of that. But let's make no mistakes that I like Vinnie Politan, for example. He's asking very good questions. But Nancy Grace is among the worst, the absolute worst.
Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
What time was that? If he were to go out his window,
well,
but you heard nothing on for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Reason that came about is
your house. Could they pick that up?
Mulch couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba,
to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away. Anything that would have given us.
Oh my God.
I'm just trying to figure out how he would have gotten out, or if somebody came into the home.
Oh my God.
I was, yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Doesn't matter.
I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch.
Yes, Callie, she was a prosecutor, and I'm pretty sure she was good as a prosecutor. But the thing is that as a presenter, she, without a defense, without the right people keeping it down, this is not good for analysis because they are only giving us very short answers. So there's nothing to analyze here. Not much.
Which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not, no.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on? Mulch or mush? Is his room on?
It's so dark that the house.
I don't know. I don't find it right now, man. Because she is asked. But the thing is, Katie Proudfoot and...
Well, at 10 p.m., at 6 a.m.
Early February.
So you have been gone for days. Has there been any family argument or altercation? The coder had the clicker, which they did not. Do you lock your doors regarding the doors? Do you
dropped my glasses for the time? Bring that neighbor
and out of your driveway.
Oh God.
There was actually.
Anyways, I'm going to. This is not. She talked about they had left the house also. Okay, Sebastian is missing, but Katie Proudfoot left the house. She left the home. Guys, get this timestamp. You know what? Next time I will just go through the whole thing. Let's go back to her.
Or something like that. I didn't pay much attention to her because then Justin showed up And then I told Justin to go get the bike, the four-wheeler, and
You know, Ron and Justin are two people I would love to hear from. Ron and Justin. Interesting. Drugs in the bathroom that was seen by Haley, and then she recanted after Darren said something. So maybe Darren said, you know what? Malaya will never have Meadow again. If you're telling people she had known for 2 years what Daniel was doing. And she protected Daniel, not the children. She covered up for him. And then Haley came on and said, uh-oh, I was just playing around. But later, Daniel admitted to it, right? Darren is damage control 100%, people. 100%. I have to look back at the Wade interview. But anything you think I missed about Wade, feel free to email me, guys, with the timestamp. I'm sure there are quite a few things that I may have missed, especially since I went through it once and then only a little bit the second time. Normally, the second analysis takes a lot longer than the first one, where I'm scanning through for the highlights.
I get back over to my trailer, our RV here, and just waited around here until Justin came. Some of my family was here, so I interacted with them, and I'm not sure what time Belinda showed up, but when Belinda showed up, I was sitting on the bench, as I said, was crying because I blame myself.
What? Oh, Belinda's right here. Was she actually crying? And what level of crying are we talking about? I know, Belinda, you said that Justin was really crying, had real tears. And I believe it. I believe Justin was overwhelmed by what he saw and knows. I believe you. I believe you, Justin. But Janie said when Belinda came, she was crying because she blames herself. Yeah, I don't know if Malaya did drugs too or not, how much she did. You know, I have no idea. She was pretty upset and frustrated about them. So exactly, Belinda, thank you. Belinda says she was pretty upset and frustrated about them searching her trailer. I believe you. You're a hermit, you hate people. Your little castle is your trailer, and they're searching it. I was crying because when two children are missing and you are crying, this is highly sensitive because you don't need to explain why you're crying. If two children who lived on your property for 2 years and you claim you treated them like your own, the need to explain to us why you were crying, that's extra information that we don't need. We don't expect that. Let me go up here. Oh, Charles asked, I'd still like to know why Justin was parked next door. I can't find the answer. So he was not parked on the property. But you see, Daniel also, when he pulled up and police was already there, he did not park on the property. Oh, let me ask you this now, Belinda. How crowded was it there? I'm thinking that it wouldn't have been difficult for Justin and Daniel to find a spot for them to park right there on the property. Because Daniel also, he said he parked at the marsh at a neighbor's house and walked over there because he was spotted by law enforcement already. I believe both of them didn't want to be seen pulling up, and there was something that made them nervous about seeing law enforcement. That's a very good question right now. Okay, Janie told Justin to park next door to keep people off the property. That's what Belinda says. Okay. But law enforcement was there. They would have kept people off the property themselves, right? I mean, there was room. Absolutely, there was room in the driveway. And when Daniel pulled up that morning, guys, and unexpectedly, the cops were already there. He says 12 minutes. Well, it was 26. Where did he get the 12 minutes from? Where did he get 9:09 p.m. he fell asleep from? Well, that's at the same time they supposedly found the blanket in the garbage bin. I believe he copies where he sees something. I believe he uses reference points here. Trying to sound detailed, too detailed actually. That is the access point to the old road, Mike, where Justin was parked. Okay, the old road, got it. So that could mean he had already used the old road, right? And it leads where? To the pipeline? Yes, Belinda, by the way, absolutely. Belinda was there on Saturday and not Friday. Wow, RCMP was not monitoring anything around the home when Chalsa was there. Nothing. The area was not being secured. That's pretty. Should I just film my own chat here? I mean, that would look very unprofessional because I don't have it set up like Air Balance does it. I have to figure out how to do all that. And I hate doing stuff like that. I hate doing anything that's... So I will film my own chat. I think that's probably the best way because this is too important to miss. So for the second being, I'm going to do that. Here, just for a few seconds, okay. Justin was parked by the pig gate where the old schoolhouse is. Okay. So the schoolhouse is it across the street? Let me go to maps. Let me check this, people. So here is Jack and Lilly. Okay, I got it. Jack and Lilly here. Okay. So the old schoolhouse would be not here, right? Not here. In this area? Or on the other, same side, it's an old community center. Is it this one here? Got it. That's where Justin was parked. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So he was parked here and he had to walk all the way down here. Can you believe that, guys? He went out of his way. Second one, Chasa, this one here. That's the old schoolhouse. How far away would you say is that? That takes 10 minutes to walk, right? Got it. So here is where Jack and Lily lived. And this is where Justin parked, all the way there. But there were parking spots down here. Isn't that interesting? And there's access to the old road, right? That leads right to the pipeline. Wow. Let that sink in, people, for a minute here. Let that sink in. Look how far away. Google Earth is not telling me, well, let me see how far away it looks. Is that 400 meters maybe to walk? This looks like almost 50, right? Or 40? 40 meters. I keep forgetting. I think about soccer fields when I talk about meters, by the way. I'm trying to reference this. This is extremely interesting, guys. Now, where do you know where Daniel? Now, Daniel told us that when he pulled up that morning. No, I don't care about Ninja's theories, darling. I don't care about any of her theories, to be honest with you. None of them. The plot thickens is right. So do you know where, and anybody's theories, by the way, unless they give me a real good reason. Mike, he was parked off the road by the pig gate. Okay. Justin, right? Or Daniel? The pig gate would be here. Because Daniel told us also, Belinda, it was Monday he was parked there, correct? Monday? No, she has no facts, Cracker Jack. That's my whole point. She's making up theories. And if people like them, that's fine. I want to know the truth. I want to have actual evidence, right? Justin on the main road, okay. And Daniel, when he pulled up, I guess you were not there on Friday, but I was trying to understand what Daniel said when he said he parked in the marsh at the neighbor's house or something like that. But the police spotted him, so it could have been a cross. Saturday he had a car, okay. The pig gate, so the pig gate is at the main road? Is that here? Maybe it was a pig farm at one point. This would be a pig gate here somewhere, right? Ah, got it, okay. So he pulled up here somewhere by that house. by that old school community house. He parked far away, guys. He could have parked right there, but he didn't want to. Was he worried that they're going to look at his car? What kind of car is he driving? Is it a 5-speed? I have fat fingers. No, I'm kidding. I know you mean you. I have very big fingers. I have very big hands too. That's why I'm bad with cell phones, guys. If you, in case you're wondering why I don't respond to emails during the day, because I don't like typing on phones when I'm not in the house. I type very fast on the laptop, but not with, I rather leave voice messages. Because usually, otherwise, when I want to say something, I hit the wrong thing all the time, then autocorrect messes up, and then I say, forget it, I do it later, and then I forget it. So a lot of times I don't respond to emails, you know? Yeah. Between the 2 trees near the beginning of the driveway. Okay, these 2 trees, yeah, it looks like there's a gate here, actually. It looks like something that could be a gate right here, right? I'm thinking that could be a gate. Okay, was it a 5-speed? It was a 5-speed that Justin drove. Interesting. And I thought so. Justin drove a 5-speed. And he didn't want that same car to pull up at the property. That's exactly what I do not know, you mean about the 5-speed? So I think Justin didn't want his car to be seen or heard. Absolutely. Justin has a 5-speed, and that day he parked far away and then walked all the way down here, rather than pulling up right here at the property where Jack and Lily were and the police are. With his 5-speed. Interesting, right, people? And again, Daniel didn't want to park there either. He told us himself at the neighbor's house. I don't know where. Daniel did not want to be seen, or he wanted to. Justin did not want his car to be close there. Maybe he was. These are just questions I have. Was he afraid that maybe the neighbor would be around and hear it and say, "That's the one I heard that night"? These are possibilities, people, I'm looking into. Well, Justin also had never spoken, and Ron has not spoken either. Justin is staying very far away. And Justin has a property up north towards Big Beach Island, up there. In remember my last life? What was the name of the area? Egerton or something like that? So for me, it would make more sense that Daniel would have gone up north than to Truro. And there he had places to stop by, maybe get some gasoline, have people he can rely on. Or he came down. Okay, Wolf. This is extremely interesting, people. Oh, I'm looking at the pic. Give me a second, people. Wolf, is that a picture? Can I share this? What did Justin's car look like? Oh, Janie told him to go there. Got it. Got it. I do leave you. Of course, I leave your name out, dude. Why you think I turn the camera off all the time? But did you crop it? Is there anything in the image that can... I don't think so, right? You see, that's why they hate me. And it's very different to me when I see what... And I appreciate those people who stood up for me in there when somebody posts my videos and tells them to shut the hell up. Because they're trying to make it sound like I'm fabricating something. No, I'm not. Ninchi is fabricating. I'm not. I don't come up with theories. I examine the language. SUV runs, but motor is bad. 8 months of 8. So what is Justin's car? Is one of these cars Justin's cars? Who's Anita Bonita? I don't see Anita Bonita. Oh, okay. That's cool to know. The blue one is Justin's car? Okay. This is Justin's car. This is my brother's car. Please text or call. Was it put up for sale? Yeah, Justin Smith, I know, but this is about Justin Martell, right? Is it standard? Wow, Wolfie, thank you. Also the property that's for sale. I need to look at that. I'm getting a lot of great information now, guys. Give me 1 second, okay? And for the record, I don't feel the need to be polite towards people who I believe are fabricating things and are sidetracking others. And I don't care who it is. I don't care if they're nice to me or not. If I think somebody is fabricating something for the only purpose of self, that's not a good thing. No, Justin Ron's kid? Ron is his uncle, right? I mean, who knows in that area? If your uncle is your daddy, I don't know. No, I don't act like Nancy Grace. I don't believe in putting up an act, period, man. I mean, I can try and put up an act and then correct my mistakes. Mike, is it just me, or is there more and more accounts trying to misdirect and mislead? Yeah, of course there is. You see, people mislead for different reasons. Some on purpose to protect Daniel, others only to promote their channel, and they don't have anything. They don't do research. They just want to throw things out there. You know what I mean? It's a lazy way to do it. And it's misleading. But again, I blame the people who watch it, because people like that are everywhere, right? But the problem is when people support it, when you realize somebody's been lying to you or misleading you, then why would you watch it? Unless, of course, the channel has something specific on, has a specific guest where the guest is interesting. Okay, so this is Justin's car. Oh God, let me go back to what I was gonna do. A 5-speed. Mike, if you were a woman, you'd be called a mean bitch just like Janie. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to be, as long as they wouldn't call me a lying bitch, mean bitch would be better. You know, when somebody says, oh, you're a lying bitch, that's offensive. Oh my God. Shit. And by the way, I don't like even terms like kindness and being mean. You know what? We react to people, right? Politeness is fake so many times. Politeness is fake when you have to force yourself to be presented with somebody lying to you, and you have to be polite. I don't see it, dude. But then again, you know, that's why I prefer to be on YouTube than actually working on the case myself, because there I would have to deal with a lot of idiots who would tell me I need to prepare 25 pages worth of analysis for the whole thing without prioritizing necessarily. And then the detectives, sometimes they read it, sometimes they don't read it. And all of that kind of stuff, I am really allergic to. I'm really allergic to red tape. And anyways, this is about me, and I don't want to sound like Sonny or something like that. No. Let me talk about my ex-husband. Anyways, you would hear it shifting. Yeah. It should say in the end if it's a 5-speed. I don't know if it says it. Does it say if it's a 5-speed or not? My ex-husband was just like that. Why wouldn't they cease? Yeah, why didn't they all do things that they should have done? I don't know. I didn't see the ad. Can I zoom in more? Is there something else? How much can I zoom in? Ah, shit. Wolfie, if you have a clearer one where it describes it more. You see, and that's what I'm talking about. There are people among you who spend hours of researching And then you're watching a channel that comes up with theories. And every week it's a different theory. You know what I mean? Stick with the people that give you answers. When is the, but and again, anyways, it's your fault if you look at, you know, I'm allergic to lies, guys. I'm really, and anything that's misleading in general. Yeah. It's one thing to, oh, is my battery low? I hope not. Nope. Oh, I got an email. That's what this is. Good. Email sounds good. Da da da, sha da da. No, I didn't. What the hell? Yeah, I think so too, Osprey. They are different. Yeah. You see, I told myself today I don't want to talk about these people, but you know, the problem is not that these people are who they are. The problem is that these people have something to do with something very, very important, guys. And again, so let me go back to the map until I get another email. But where was I, people? I was actually doing the whole, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was listening to Janie. Yep. And Daniel said he was parked at the neighbor's somewhere across the street or a marsh or something like that. Was it here somewhere? I don't know. But Daniel also didn't want to park in front of the police. Yeah, the ad looked old, right? Wolf, do you know what day the ad was from? Justin's car. Unfortunately, Ilyanka, unfortunately, I was hoping it wouldn't go down the Sebastian Road. Unfortunately. And I looked very much into it until people got sidetracked by the fabrications. You know what I mean? Because it was a really clear-cut case for me. Oh, that brown spot on the left of driveway is the marsh log. I thought so. This one here, right? Can you see? Yeah. This is where I think what Daniel was referring to, that he was parked here. And what did he say? He was going back towards the woods. I don't know if he went around here to meet the police or if he tried to go here and they spotted him. That would be muddy, but he was desperate, in my opinion, to go back to the pipeline. Without being seen. Okay, here's the email I'm getting. One moment. Oh, here we go. This is my brother's car. So that would have been Daniel who, one moment. That's why they hate me. Make sure to crop it if you, okay, Daniel Martell. So in 2021, he tried to sell it, but didn't sell it. August 22, 2021. Okay. So he wanted to sell it and change his mind. Either no buyer or something good happened and they had some money. This is my brother's car. Please call and text. Okay. My brother has a 2005 Subaru Impreza with... okay, let me do it like this. My brother has a 2009 Subaru Impreza with 222,520 kilometers, mostly highway driving. Car was a... Okay, what is it about? Tinted windows, yeah. Tinted windows. $2,600. Clutch kit. I don't expect... Oh, clutch kit means 5-speed. I only drive automatic, by the way. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm lame, I know. I hate manual. I hate it. I like it only on the freeway when I can rev it up, man. But in traffic, oh God, I get very irritated, man. I do not want to be stuck in traffic with the manual, period. I drive very, yeah. I'd rather be accused of driving like an old woman than being annoyed because I want to show off with my, ability to shift. Got a clutch, man. What are you driving manual for, but automatic for, man? I learned on a, what did I learn on? I think I had a buggy before when I was 18. And that was annoying. When you roll backwards, yeah, man. Exactly. Yeah, a lot of people think it's really masculine to drive, but a car to me does not express femininity or masculinity. It's comfort for me, man. You know what I mean? And there's and freedom, and there's no freedom in trying to shift gears and all of this stuff. Back shocks. Okay, one more time. Let's see the vehicle. Yep. Is that the 5-speed that the neighbor heard that night? That is the question. And remember, masculine. Yeah, I just don't like it, man. And when the clutches, when it's a, you know what I mean? When I'm already irritated in traffic, and then, no thanks. So then they say, oh, but an automatic manual lasts you longer. Not when I drive it. So anyways, I would drive a golf cart if I could, and if it was faster. Yeah, I know. I can still drive it. But why? Give me an automatic, man. I don't like driving, period. I like my scooter or my, my, what do you call it? Like my Vespa. It's not a Vespa, but it's the same type of bike. I bought it used, cheap, and it's still running after 2 years. And I love it. Yeah, yeah, maybe Tesla would be good, man. I prefer Yeah. I prefer being driven, by the way. I'd rather give somebody gas money and say, you drive your car. Because it's always a problem. I'm so stressed out when I drive, man, because I'd rather, I figured out at one point I actually save more money when I take Ubers, because, you know, when you look at the repairs and the tickets and all of this combined, it makes a lot. It's cheaper for me to take an Uber, actually. Of course, I need all my stuff in my car, and sometimes I want the comfort of my own 4 windows. It's actually not 4 windows, 6 windows. Not 4 walls, but the comfort of my own 6 windows. And so then but it's cheaper for me to use an Uber. Inspections, tune-ups, this, that. We are everything in life, and you know, now I need a break from all this, but everything in life is designed to keep us like, it sounds conspiratorial, but like we are always occupied fixing shit, maintaining things, making payments, this and this and this and this. I'm trying to break away from this dependence thing, you know what I mean? Where you always have obligations and always something new comes up. So I rather pay more. I rather do prepay on my phone, have a plan where I actually lose money than be tied to some contract. I just can't stand it anymore, man. This is just me. Good night, Julia. The tickets are what does it too. The tickets and the constant worry, the constant, you know. And I never in my life caused an accident after 40 years of driving. Never once. I had a major one, but it wasn't my fault, and I couldn't have done anything. My grants, no, I do that at the end. Exactly. And the car is a murder weapon too, man. You got to be so careful. I'm always scared. I hit I had somebody running across the street and come out of nowhere, and I thought, God, man. You know, even though I wouldn't have been found guilty of anything because I just drove. I didn't do anything wrong. Man, that would have not been something that I wanted to be a part of. You know what I mean? Or bike cutting, right? No. The monthly repeat bills are getting crazy, yes. When you add it all up, try Uber for a month and then add up next month's the car bills. You ask some questions, guys. Yes, Jonna. Yes. So we had a look at his car and the map one more time, people, because you know what? I'm getting good with maps, but before I avoided them. Daniel said, by the way, it's not Joanna, right? It's Jonna. Daniel said he parked there and jumped out to go look into the woods again, is what I understood. Yes, and let me tell you why I think that is. Go ahead, CB. First, let me finish this one. If he wanted to go into the woods here, then maybe he wanted to reach here, then go down there or there, because this one is more likely going to lead right to where the pipeline area is. I believe that he didn't want to park near the pipeline because he didn't want his car to be seen there. They didn't want their car seen, people, in my opinion. Go ahead, ask the question. Just ask. You see? Should I do street view? Oh, I hope I can do this. Oh my God. Shit, now I'm lost. You see, this is why I don't like it. Okay, zoom out. What the hell is this? Is that a gate? This one? Is that a pig gate or what? I don't know. How long to the bay? I think 25 minutes up north, something like that. But over an hour to the west. Okay. The house should have been treated as a potential crime scene. I agree with you. Wow, people. This is intense. This is intense. This is intense, man. Clear search results. Let me see. Yeah, huge. I mean, yeah, Kali, this is exactly what I conclude in the case of Sebastian and in the case of Jack and Lilly, you know? And let's face it, man, CPS is, I have not heard much good about CPS, no matter where in the world I look, or where in the country I look, or both countries, which is Canada and United States. CPS, I mean, there are so many horror stories that, but you see, this makes too much sense here. The address of which one? Of the pig gate? How do I get this? Now you teach me, man. This address? I may switch to Google Maps in a second because I don't see it. Okay, let's remember where it was. Oh yeah, Lakadam. Okay, maps, here I come. Google Maps. $1407 Gaelic, right? Okay. So, Hold on. Looks like a beautiful area though, man. I don't know how to get the address. How do I get the address? How do I get the address to this property? Yeah, Kelsey, I think so too. Ali was under the assumption that parents wouldn't do something to both kids at one time and that the parents wanted their children. Maybe. Didn't Daniel talk about this 1 in a million thing that both kids are missing? Very. It's very beautiful down there. Oh yeah. Depends if you're on a phone or a laptop, right? Oh my God. Is it 900 feet? Perfect. That would be 300 meters. 300 meters. Have you guys, okay, for all of these in the United States of you, have you played soccer before on a real soccer field? From one goal to another, it is 100 meters. Have you ever stood on a soccer field? So it is 3 times the length. It's 300 yards. Yes, thank you. A little bit more, right? 330 or something like that. Oh, okay. So 900 yards, 900 feet is 300 yards. There we go. That makes it easier. Oh, football is 100 yards. Okay, yeah. And 100 yards is like 90 meters, right? Give or take. So I think that's where we can wind up agreeing on with each other, because some of you are not familiar with the metric system or not that familiar with it. I have it, CB. You can email me. Just give me a little bit after this, because once I'm done with this, I just deflate and say, oh my God, that was intense. "20 minutes walk." So if you go anywhere, if you go to your friend's house, would you park so far that you have to walk for 20 minutes? Nope. But again, the question is, where did they come from when they parked there? Did they use one of these roads? Like this one, maybe? To go right to the pipeline? Or this one? to use Madison West? If you want to avoid somebody, that's exactly the one reason, man. So guys, I'm very much into the, are we talking walking from the gate to the house? Because it did not take me, how long did it take you, Chasse? 10, 15? Yes, the dirt road does only have a rope, not a gate. So it's 300 yards. 300 yards away. Three football fields, that's exactly it. You walk fast? Yeah. So 10, 15 minutes it took you walking fast. 3 football fields, 300 yards. And you see there's this little, this is the old road, because she talked some old road behind her trailer. Is that, you see, you can go through there also. And there were a lot of places to park, but he didn't want to park there. Avoidance, not linguistic avoidance, but we're talking about avoidances in general. No, those are roads. Here, if it's at the gate, you walk down the road right here. But these are not roads. These are like dirt roads, right? I mean, look, let me zoom in there and see what I'm looking at. Okay? If this is the old road or something like that. I still haven't mastered this crap. No, not available? What the hell? Come on, man. Nope. Okay, now. I went too far. Here's the entrance. Now I gotta go back or what? This is interesting. Let me see. I want to see right here. Google, help me, help me. What happened? How is this so difficult? How is this so difficult, man? Yeah, no, okay, so this is how it looks a little bit at the entrance. You drive through there. Easy for an ATV, right? I'm sure that one of you will give me a perfect image and say, look, it's not that difficult, man. This is how it looks. And I don't know if this is the old road or not. Yeah, please send it, Seawood. Help me. Please save me from myself. I am firetown@gmail.com. I am Firetown, one word. But this is the road between. In between, guys. Ain't that something? Easy, perfect for an ATV. Perfect. Too perfect. $14.91 Gaelic is the address of the pig gate. Perfect. I can't believe how well I know the area myself now, just from this. No, they don't want to show me. Oh, what is this? This looks cool. Where's the pipeline? Oh, I need to complete my profile for what? I have a Google account. Oh, standard. Here's Lansdowne Lake. Okay. If this is Lansdowne Lake, then this is Mattison West Road right here. This is Mattison West. Okay. Lansdowne Lake is right here. And the pipeline would be right there, right? And if you look at it, which Google doesn't want me to, it looks like you can drive with an ATV easily there. Right? This is a pipeline area that we've been talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Papa Gavo. Who could be a tour guide? Yeah, I could be a tour guide at Lansdowne Station by now, man. So this is the ATV trail, right? I mean, the pipeline trail. Okay, let's go back here. And then this would be Lansdowne Road because there's Gordon Summit. And here would be the property of Mr. Earl. Is that it? Or Ron? Or what? But you see the access, how easy to access it is? You go here from Lansdowne Road, and then you shoot right up here towards the pipeline area. And that is the area of interest, people. So many back roads. Now, was it raining on Thursday night? Yeah, it could have been muddy. But still, you got an ATV. And that would be why you would have to clean it in the morning. Because if Janie told us it just sat around at Earth's location, well, that ATV was really clean, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know, I would probably drive, sometimes I drive really well and sometimes I don't. Depends on my state of mind, man. This is it, man, right? Isn't this the intersection? You can see the trail on this map. Absolutely. This is the pipeline trail. Look at it. Look at how easy to access this is with an ATV. No data available. Great, I don't care. I already got it. Pipeline, pipeline, pipeline. This is the pipeline, okay? Pipeline area. Look, with an ATV, and I had one before. This looks really simple. They don't have any cameras there? I don't know. And then, which is this one? What road? Is it Madison or is it the other one first? Hello, I'm Mike and I'm your Lansdowne tour guide. Okay. See, you cannot prepare for this stuff. Okay. And they are, what is this? What are these? Wait a minute, what is this? Oh no. Okay. Oh, I see. There's a different house here by Lansdowne Lake. It looks so similar, doesn't it? Look at this. It looks so similar to these two. Not really, I guess. But that was Madison here. Madison West Road. This is where Janie went down on Madison West to go right here to the pipeline. Right here is the pipeline, people. Always the pipeline, right? Always there. Now, what the hell are they doing at the damn pipeline? Look how big and open it is. Why are you only around there? All day long, man. All damn day. I was going to do some else. Oh yeah, I was going to look through this one. Okay, here. So this is the ATV. You can also take your ATV here. This is between the community center and Jack and Lily's house. And I guess you can use the ATV and go this way and this way. You see? You can get to the pipeline this way also. Right? From what I see. Does it end here? Seems like an open area right here. I'm sure Daniel knows how to get through there, or you go that way. Well, I don't know. Maybe with an ATV you can get through some of the parts. This is a pretty open area right here. I'm not sure, but this looks somewhat accessible right here. No, maybe not. Let me see what I'm looking at. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. So that's the pipeline. Earl, Janie, run. There's Gordon Summit. And here's a power line that I've talked about before too. And supposedly it's easy for the most part to take your ATV down the power lines. Yeah. Driving Lansdowne with a suspected license. The pipeline goes to the other point of Lansdowne Lake. Okay, wow. You see, I always let other people do maps, man. Yeah, okay, here, Lansdowne Lake, it goes by here. And then the power line, the pipeline and the power line interject. And the pipeline, you can go up north, right? Up north. But here's the thing. Let me also look at McLeod Road, where the star was found. That's the other part that I'm interested in. Now that I'm all zoomed in. Middle Pictou River, right? This is where the star was found. That may have come from her backpack. And when you go up north, you will see a lot of ways to go, guys. A lot of smaller roads. But you know what, people? Is there anything else you would like me to look at? Because I am now, which last one? Or a third person intercepted, who knows? I mean, up north, he knows a lot of people. Justin has a property up north, northeast, towards the beach, a big beach island. You know what I mean? So there are so many possibilities here. I'm looking at your chat now to see if there's anything else. Thank you, CB. Yeah, I'm looking at people's property. You see? He knows a bunch of people, Westville, New Glasgow. And then I think Earl has a property up north as well. A lot of people, man. There's so many possibilities. Laurie Green, thank you for your comments on Facebook. Thank you. Thank you, because these idiots try to keep other people from watching my videos. And it's great when you have an intelligent person commenting and letting them know what I really do. Please make sure to watch this one on repeat if you haven't done it, because this is actually, this is a surprise to me. What we've learned today from Belinda, in addition to the few things I had prepared. I'm going to stay on for you, Laurie. I appreciate you. Laurie, how are you? And Belinda, thank you so much. That was absolutely excellent information from you. Absolutely excellent. Laurie, sorry you couldn't make it. A few people have shared my videos in that group, and they're trying to get me reported, deleted. They're trying all of that, right? All these fake accounts, all of them. And they're fabricating what I'm all about. They're claiming I'm gossiping and doing this and that. So I don't mention anybody's names unless I mention the statements made. But they're going to a very low level right now, right? And Laurie was there. You see? She didn't say, Mike, look what they're saying about you. She went in there and said, nope, that's not what Mike Damon does. And I appreciate that very much whenever somebody stands up for me in public. I love that. And like I said, I didn't post these videos of myself. People post them. to share information. And they're trying to misrepresent what I do to keep people from watching me, or specifically keeping people from watching the parts of the videos where I show how deceptive they are, especially Logan and a few other people. So all the other people are not important to me, who insert themselves, who try to sidetrack, who take advantage of the case to make money, which is what you see. That's the motivation that most of these people have. I don't theorize. And I said before, I said it again, Ninchi theorizes, and this is not what I do. Okay, get on those people. If they spend time on things that they cannot back up with anything, get on them. I actually don't do that. I'm the one who does not theorize. And that's what they're scared of. They're scared that people will see a video like this where I expose that Justin parked his car 300 yards away when the police was there, and that he has a 5-speed. So him and Daniel prefer to walk 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20, to avoid being seen. That's what's important, guy. Yes, it's only the uncensored group. The others I don't really care about. One has become too much propaganda, and the other one, only that one, the uncensored. You know what I mean? Yeah, but again, I love it when, by the way, those are not the types of people that I want on my channel. I don't want people who, just because somebody says so, think that I'm, not providing anything. Those are not the people I want, the flip-floppers, right? I don't want these people. But everywhere you go, no matter what group, there will be a few people who don't comment usually, but they are interested in actual information. Those are the people I want to reach, no matter where they are. So when you have somebody like Laurie intelligently commenting, that brings the right people to me, right? The others will not get it, but that is when you realize. So if you're on Facebook, if you have anything to say, feel free to do so. And notice, these are only like 2 or 3 fake accounts, mostly, that are trashing me. And there's a couple of others that go on the bandwagon, And they want to do that because they want to promote their own channels. But why don't you do that by providing good information that I don't? How about that? How about that? I don't do competition. How about you don't copy what I say and instead do something like A Balance does, who references me, but does his own thing, takes the ball and runs with it, and looks into his own thing as well. Does his own research, right? There's a big difference between somebody just repeating what I said on their channel, presenting it as their own, not mentioning me, and then trying to get people to watch them. You know what I mean? Please be better than me. Anybody out there, be better than me. Do whatever I've missed. I miss a lot of things. I have only so much time in the world. But take the ball and run with it. You know what I mean? Add to it. Of course. And that's why I say I don't appreciate when people say, look what they say about you. Like, what you want me to do? I'm busy researching all day. Don't tell me. It's better I don't know what people say about me. I don't care about that. I only care about that being misrepresented leads to, yes, A Balances. And you know what? That was the first time in a long time that I enjoyed being in somebody's chat. The first time in a very long time. And just to lean back and see some of you guys there too. You know what I mean? And so I was in the position where I could just hang out in live chat and talk a little shit and say something that I thought was funny. And you know what I mean? But I think this is really good. If you guys want to play around with it a little bit with Google Earth, wow, man. Think about where could he have gone up north, Google Street View. Holy crap, guys, this is so cool. I had no idea that I could overcome my fear of maps. Holy moly. So this is, one more time. Mattison West. No view available? I don't care. Okay, it is available. Even when they say it's not available. Is this somebody's whole? Is this okay, guys, I'm gonna leave it at the community center. And yes, anybody that inserts himself into a case is subject to my examination. If I think somebody is sidetracking, I will point it out. I will point it out. If somebody's providing value, I will point it out as well. And I think that's it. This is where Justin parked, and he walked all the way here. And so now I will leave it up to you. No, the chat, I think you guys can access the chat, right? After, how about you guys who watched it on repeat, were you able to? It's iamfiretown@gmail.com. Yeah, or report these fake accounts, man. Jeez. I have 5 questions for Daniel. I have 5 questions for Janie. I have 5 questions for Logan. They're ready. Let me know if you guys are up for answering them. I will send them to you. And I'll be able to tell whether it's you who's written it or somebody else. Whether it's your pattern of writing or somebody else's. I'm still watching the chat. Guys, it's iamfiretown@gmail.com. Kelsey, you know. Guys, have you email what? Okay, I will email you the documents. I got your email. Have you watched my videos on repeat? I mean, you can click down there, right? And it says open chat. The live chat, let me look at my own videos here. I want to make sure that this is not the reason people miss something. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, dude? Okay, check it out. So I'm looking at a previous live of mine. Oh, I like the screenshot, by the way, that I did today. With the beautiful logo from one of you. And you know who you are. So I'm clicking on my last live, okay? Which is called Who All Knows What Happened to Jack and Lilly Sullivan? Okay, I'm removing the ad. Wait a minute. What am I doing here? Look. This is my last live. Who all knows what happened to Jack and Lily Sullivan? It says here, live chat replay, open panel. Can you see that? Really? This is where you click open panel. Let me click on it. Then I'm playing my own video. That's the beginning, and then people start commenting, I guess. I hope so. Hiya, Lakadam. What the hell is going on? Okay, and then you see it here. Look, it's moving along. This is the last time the chat. You see it, everybody? Yes, chat replay, live chat replay is right down here under the video. On the phone, I don't know. Let me use my other phone. Can you see it? Dark mode? Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is for all of you. Please make sure if you watch my videos on replay, please, guys, open the chat. The best things are in my chat. The best answers, including important ones from Belinda that I may have missed while doing this. And feel free to bring it to my attention in a comment section if there's anything you think I missed. How to copy the chat? I don't know. Okay, let me use my phone. You see, you teach me about maps. I will teach you about this. How about it? Logan, seriously, message me if you want the questions. So my last live is, I'm doing it on my phone right now, okay? Oh God. Wait a minute. Do you see it on your phones? Okay, here's one way. Okay, here's one way. Okay. No, it's not. Oh, do Do you see on your phone how to do it? You do? Yeah, on computer it should be easy, right? Oh, wait, I know what to do. Give me a second. Oh, no, I don't. Shit. Okay, tell us, Kelsey. And I will show you, I will show the chat right now. Thank you, Ilyanka. Let people know, man, in public. If they're spreading lies, just tell them the truth. That's all you gotta do, you know what I mean? What I'm trying to do is figure out on my phone how to get to the chat messages, the open panel thing. I'm clicking on my phone as an Android. I'm looking at the previous live. Yeah, I'm mainly on YouTube with my phone. All right. At a beaver dam, there was something found. What was found? Let me check there. 1 second. Yes, that is the correct email. Seaward. Wait, sorry. And I like the fact that you actually make sure. Oh my God. What is this? RCMP? RCMP? What is this about new documents? Let me see that. This better be good. one more. Okay, that's the last thing I do. I'll check the uncensored group to see if this is good or not, or important or not. Let's see, Belinda. What is this? What is? I don't see it. Who the hell is that? Oh. Hi, Karen. What the hell is this? I don't see anything new. Thank you, Laurie Green, right here. I don't see it. I don't see what I'm looking for, to be honest. Oh, Beaver Dam? What about the Beaver Dam? In the comment section? Where is the Beaver Dam? And I like that Belinda is there, doing her own thing. But how come? What is Beaver Dam? What is it because of Beaver Dam? I see the comment. Is there something about Beaver Dam that I missed? It looks like somebody's trying to sidetrack from the right, you know what I mean? None of you has ever mentioned it to me. Okay, I'm done with this. I'm done with that. I'm done with this and that. I'm done with this. I'm definitely done with that. I'm also done with Janie. For now. Oh, cool. Kelsey, can you please send me whatever I missed? What post? What post am I looking for? Beaver Dam is the bridge of McLeod, right? Is that McLeod Bridge? No, I didn't, CV. Kelsey, Beaver Dam is what? Is it the same as McLeod Bridge? Where the star was found? Because I talked about this excessively. Well, do I need to revisit it? Do I need to respond to every stupid comment? Tell these people to shut up, man, if they are trying to mislead. And don't get into it, because we have more important things to do. We need information. If somebody has information, they would share it and talk about it. Not claim I didn't talk about something that I actually did. You know what I mean? So tell them, ask them, what is Beaver Dam? Well, ask them. If you're in the group and show it to me, ask them what it is. Ask them what Beaver Dam is, please. I see the comment. But you see, this is a setup question right here. Somebody asks a question, and this is all done in order to make it sound like I only talk about other people. I only talk about people who harass me, by the way. And it doesn't mean if they do it themselves or if they send somebody else my way to harass me on anything. Well, then focus there and tell me what Beaver Dam is. I talked about McLeod Bridge, right? What did Anne say? Okay, what is going on with Beaver Dam? To those of you who've mentioned it to me, please tell me. Tell me if I missed something. What did I miss? Tell me exactly what I missed. The sticker that was found at the Beaver Dam, that was McLeod Bridge, right? Right? Ask them if you are on there. Since you noticed it, ask them what was found. But you know what? They're only referencing McLeod Bridge, I think, but they're using a different name to make it sound like I missed something, which I didn't. That's what I'm thinking. So by all means, I don't need to know everything that's said about me, you know? Ask him. Don't let go. This is McLeod Road, and this is the bridge at Middle River of Pictou. Have you seen me talk about this before? Right here? Is that it? Beaver Dam? Or is there some else? Beaver Dam is a community near Halifax? No, listen, of course not. So what I'm telling you guys is you're paying attention to people. You know, one person says, I don't talk about Beaver Dam. Look at what they're doing. Look at what these people are doing. Let me show you, just so you understand. And that's why I always say, cool if you go in there and reply. Look at what they're doing. Brad Turner, always trying to stand up for Daniel, but how come he didn't even talk about Beaver Dam? I'm so confused. Of course, these two, you know, do you mean this Christine Enrick? Do you mean the sticker that was found at the Beaver Dam? Exactly, and the other thing. There is no other thing, is there? What is the other thing? They're not telling you what it is. And then he'd rather talk about me. This is what she was trying to get to the whole time. And she sent people towards videos of mine when they're posted on the group. He'd rather talk about me. I don't like to talk about you. I said, who the hell is this? When I saw your video and posted it, I have no idea who you are. And you're not important to me. And what you're doing, I think, has no value, right? Because we are actually here to figure out what happened. And I don't care if it was Ninchi that connected or whoever, and that Kent is with you and all of you. Provide value and help figure out what happened. And Logan and Mackenzie, I'm talking about Logan because she is important, because I believe she has more knowledge than she reveals. But you see, don't you understand, guys, what they're doing here? This is what I'm talking about. Because Kelly posted one of my videos, right? So ask him, what is the other thing? There is no other thing, guys. There is no other thing. They're trying to make it sound like there's something that I've missed. Don't you get that? I mean, seriously, what other thing is there? Ask him. Ask him what there is. You know? The star was found right here. McLeod Bridge, right? You remember? You remember, guys? And also, I want to make this very clear. These people that pretend or claim to be on the side of, Belinda and want to help with the search and all of this, let me show you. And yes, if you're talking about me, you talked about me first. That's why I'm talking about you. Otherwise, I wouldn't care who you are. Nothing that you ever said was important or interesting. Nothing. You see, let me show you what I'm talking about. And again, Kent, I'm sorry if I, hey, you are who you hang with. Logan's comment. Christine Enrick, tell them to pay you, babe, to Logan. Janie, take care, all of that. You would trust these people to lead the searches? The searches were Belinda, and you trust these people to organize these searches? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? These people who play both sides. And I got that vibe from Christine Enrick, and she invited me to come on her live. No fucking way. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? I'm going to give credibility to what you do by appearing on your channel? You gotta be kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me. And I'm invited on many channels, but I saw no reason for me to be on there. No value, zero value. So that's why I said, Laurie, and she didn't say, look what they said about you. She went straight there and gave her piece, because these people try to make it sound like I am missing something. There's nothing I'm missing. Point out what I'm missing. So I appreciate when people go on there and say, hey, where is Beaver Dam? What about Beaver Dam? I thought the star was found at McLeod Bridge. if you care about the case, you know, all they do is post pictures, 2 missing children, missing. We know that Jack and Lilly are missing. We know that. We know that. But provide something of value. Look into things. Don't just make yourself the leader of a search group and then waste people's time looking in the wrong. You need to know where to search. That's what you got to do. You know what I mean? Danielle, I didn't plan to do it this long, but I need to clarify some things. Oh, Mike from Lost in the Fog. KC, yeah, I think I know who that is. But I have no idea anyways. He associates himself with these people who blindly support Logan. I have nothing against, oh my God, these people want to take over and push me out. And Sonny is playing both sides too. I don't care if Charmaine is back on there or not, right? I don't care. If you waste people's time or you mislead people, you are responsible. And I want to figure out what happened. Why you think certain important people are coming here, and it's always the people who really want to know what happened. And the others are trying to convince them to stay away from me. Isn't Brad Turner who created the Facebook group? No, that's another guy. It's another guy, Kimberly. That's not Brad Turner. Yeah. I don't want to hear what they have to say. If you're there, ask them to clarify, and then I want to know. You see what they're doing? That's opportunism, people. Some people want to protect them and others are there for opportunism. They want to, but they don't know where to search. They don't know, they don't care about it. They want people to run through the woods endlessly and associate the Jack and Lilly with the protest against trafficking. They were not trafficked. It's going to mislead people. And look, you see? I don't want to talk about you, Christine Enrick. You are not important. Not important. I sent you a friend request 2 months ago. I saw you are on an admin in the group where Belinda is. And I didn't think about it. I said, oh, cool, click. This is how. I'll be more careful now because I realize I don't know who is who. You know what I mean? I sent a request. And that's all. That's all I know about you. That's all. Since then, I have seen nothing important to you. I've seen you post the pictures of Jack and Lilly, but I'm here for information. You see, but I can tell who you are by doing what you're doing here. You know? When you're setting it up, so you're trying to discredit me together with somebody else. Who, by the way, I don't know who's behind that account, right? And let's see who likes it. Let's see who likes it. Cheryl Wozniak. Okay, likes it. That's always interesting to me to see who actually does that. You know what I mean? So if you have a comment, a good one, and that's all because somebody posted my video. And that's what they don't want. That's exactly it, the C-word. I agree 100%. But what I have a problem with is when somebody attacks me. You know what I mean? Because what happened was that I posted, I'm not even getting back into this. I don't argue with people. I don't. I can use their own words. I have never been on there arguing. There's no need, guys. If you have information that I missed, I would be so happy for you to bring it to my attention. But to be in a public group and say I missed some things without telling me what it is, if it's important, that's a whole different story, guys. So you leave me alone, I leave you alone. The only thing that I said was when I had this sent to me, Christine Enrich, I had sent to me a video of yours because Durwood and Daniel were in the comment section. And I said, who the hell is that, when I saw you in front of your Remax picture? That's all I did. Who the hell are you? And you come to me and say, you know exactly who I am. You send me a friend request. I only send it because Charles and Belinda, and then, that's the only, I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't want to know who you are. I want nothing to do with you. I will never comment on you again. And don't send people my way either. Okay? That's the other thing. Just because you don't do it yourself and somebody else does the dirty work, that's the same thing to me. If you're sending people to attack me on my posts that have nothing to do with anything that you're doing, and you go in there and you have something like this. You didn't know who she was because you tried to add her on Facebook before. I didn't try to add her. I added her. She accepted. So stop harassing me on my whatever it is. That's why I talk about you, Christine Enrich. That's the only reason I said, who the hell is this, when I saw your video. So if you have information about Beaver Dam, please bring it. Because the only thing that I see, I believe, and maybe Chelsea or Belinda can verify it, I know you guys are in the, and I'm thankful that you're in this chat and not the idiot one that's running right now. And but this is, am I correct or not? MacLeod is what I believe. MacLeod is exactly where the star was found. And if that's what's called Beaver Dam, I'm tired of blocking. I shouldn't have to block anybody. I don't do anything wrong. I shouldn't be busy blocking people, man. Especially not when it's other people who thankfully post my videos or say or inform people and mention that they got the information from me. That is a free flow of information. I'm not injecting myself and taking care of a search and pretend I know exactly where to search. But I will say anywhere towards the coastal regions, who knows what could be found there? Yeah, I ignored them. I'm just clarifying something, Osprey. I will not mention these names again unless they are, but they're trying to get people, So that's what I wanted to clarify. I'm not going after anybody. And again, sorry, but this was only because I saw Lori, and I like it when somebody leaves an intelligent comment, not argue with people, but state exactly what you may learn from me and what I pass on that I learned from you, because it's all about the free flow of information. Anybody that's trying to take over, talk over Belinda or any of that, I will examine you. I will realize, is he an opportunist who doesn't know what happened and doesn't care either? Is he trying to help? Or is he actively trying to mislead people and protect Daniel Martell? These are things I want to know. And one more time, yeah, Sunny is the one that's giving the platform. I agree. That's why I'm not watching it anymore. You know, I agree. If somebody, gives somebody a platform who Durwood or what, no, I mean, you need to, if you haven't learned anything in the last 3 months, then you have no business running a channel. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. So anyways, you guys, I hope you guys will watch this. Some of you, very interesting information came our way today. Very good information, you know what I mean? And what's crazy is that I do it only now once a day. I want to do it, right? I mean, I saw A Balance the other day. He had 2 lives in one day, and then he didn't have one for 3 days. That's what I did before too. So I would like to do it on a consistent basis. And that means that I do all day, off and on, I do my research, right? And present what I have. But then most importantly, the last 2 hours were not planned from me. I didn't plan that. That was new information I gathered. It came my way and I passed it on. Absolutely. So anybody, if you share this, tell people start at the 2-hour mark maybe of this video. That's where it gets really, really good, because I know how I am. Hi, Krista. I know how I am. And that's the one downside of the lives. When I have pre-recorded, I make different videos, I title them differently, and I don't know what comes my way, but life is the best. Life is the only way, in my opinion, to do it. Life is life, baby. Thank you, Danielle. At the 2-hour mark, Laurie, it gets really, really interesting, extremely interesting. And I'm talking about new information. And that's what I'm looking for, right? So tell these people to fuck off on my behalf, or ask them to make and Christine Enric, I want nothing to do with you. You have not provided, leave me alone. I leave you alone, okay? I said, who the hell is this? I didn't know who you were, and that's it. Period. I had no idea. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. No, I did not, CB. How to view the live stream on repeat on my phone? I do not, but I think you may be able to. Let me see here. Play games like that, you gotta wonder what their intentions really are. That's another thing I gotta say. What their intentions are. If they spend their days attacking my videos because somebody's posting my videos without naming names again. Shame on you. Self-important. Nothing to offer. No, I don't. I'm looking right now. I'm searching. What am I missing? Where do I click? I have to open the YouTube app. Okay, I'm doing it. See what they're trying to keep people who don't know who I am from watching me. That's what they're doing. Because when somebody posts my videos, more people see them who didn't know who I was or what I'm doing or haven't heard about me. And what they want to do is to make sure that these people don't start watching me and discourage them from doing so. That's the only reason. If you open a live stream, the chat will be below the... Oh, really? Okay. It's not transcript, right? I see comment section below. Or
the connection.
I don't see it,
So
dude.
why wasn't it tested? Was it tested? And do they simply not want people to know? I have to consider these possibilities, people. I'm sorry, I'm not somebody who...
Jeez. No, because they're idiots who watch idiot channels. They're busy watching every single channel that doesn't make them think and throws out different types of theories. And tomorrow they have a new theory. And then they take that one back and have another one. And it goes on and on and on and on. On and on and on, man. Yeah. I don't see, guys, I don't think, Daniel, shalom, thank you so much. Tammy, if it's not even that, people are just... Yeah. So that's why I love it when people out there just put them on the spot, man. Ask people, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Clarify. Clarify. If you have new information, do it. I'm so happy. If I screw up, I am so happy to hear about it. I mean, I'm not happy about having screwed up if I did, but I'm very happy that somebody sets me straight. I'm always very happy about that. And that's when I say, oh my God. Oh my God, I can't believe it. When I got the date of an interview wrong. Oh my God. I wish somebody had pointed it out to me before, but you know. So this is Middle River of Pictou, and the star I was told was found here. But if the star was found somewhere else, I want you to clarify it. I don't want to tap in the dark. You know what I mean? And sometimes I'm scared to leave even because I realize there are people, if somebody good is on, like AB, yeah, of course, I will say, okay, I'm done. Let's see what's going on over there. But otherwise, I feel like, you know, I don't want you guys to be misled somewhere. So sometimes on purpose, I start my lives when a channel is on where I know it's going to be wrong information, you know? I feel like, okay, even though people advise me, don't do it now, do it after, you'll have more viewers. I said, no, I want to actually see who is on my channel, you know what I mean? And give people who don't like it, but want to watch something, you know, a solution. So I don't know, but I don't know how to do the phone. You have to teach me with the phone. Yeah, AB was funny last time, man. How he's talking about Durwood must be hung like a horse and all these things. It was pretty funny. Or is Justin the son of the contractor? All of these discussions, you know. And I don't know about that, people. I want to make very, very clear. These are rumors. You know, these are rumors. These are rumors for now. Because I haven't gotten into it. What Janie's personal life is or was. I don't know about that. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I mean, it's funny when I hear it, but otherwise I don't want to, you know, but you know, Logan is watching me. I think she is. I think she is. I think she's probably turning it on and off. She probably is turning it off because she's saying, I can stand it. And then she's probably, but I don't know, then she wants to hear, Who looks like Earl? Daniel looks like Earl, right? Yeah, but that's why I do the 20-minute delay now. No, not delay. I have subscribers only right now, guys. So you have to be subscribed for at least 20 minutes because a lot of these types of people don't have the patience to wait for 20 minutes, right? 5 minutes is too short. After 5 minutes, they wait for 5 minutes and then they leave. And I don't have time to moderate right now. And sometimes there are moderators here, sometimes not. But nobody should have to babysit, right? I want moderators to be free of any obligation, only be there unless, only just in case you have the ability to remove somebody or something like that. You know what I mean? So otherwise, I don't want people to have to feel obligated to do anything, period. The autism, let me see what you're saying. Has it been confirmed that M had postpartum? No, I don't think so, Seawood. Where did it come from that she had postpartum depression? I believe that Malaya had some form of depression, possibly, but not because of postpartum, maybe. Maybe she was depressed because of how she was living and how she felt stuck. Don't you think so? She had a nervous breakdown. And by the way, the people who said she had a nervous breakdown because people talk about her, no, that was long before Jack and Lilly disappeared. She had an anxiety attack and was hospitalized, right? Why? Because she was not happy there. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe whenever she tried to get out, somebody keeps her from going, right? I believe that. I believe Malaya was extremely depressed, Danya. I absolutely agree. And I believe maybe that contributed to her just being so indifferent. Okay, I'm back. I still got 19%, but it's not the newest of phones. By the way, it's okay if I go long, right? You guys can always tune in and out. Yep, a lot of red herrings, people. Don't let them get away with it. Don't let people who don't know me get the impression, a wrong impression. I can handle it as long as you don't lie. And no, I'm not going to go play teamwork with these people. I'm not going to lower myself to this level, man. I'm not going to do that. Even though some people advise me it's better to network and this. No. I do my own thing. I don't have a competition, right? The right people, they like what I don't have it. Especially not with, if somebody like Peter Hyatt came up, then I would say, ooh, I got to get my game together and pump it up and do more research even more, but then I would have to cover less area because that person would cover a certain area already. But not if you just come on the scene and just waste people's time and say, here I am, and I'm going to take the lead and talk over people. No. Jesus, man. I hope this is the last time these Fruit Loops attack me. No. And no, I'm not suggesting that they're covering for Daniel. They're playing both sides. They're sucking up to Belinda. They're sucking up to Logan and Janie also. They're sucking up to anybody who's involved. Anybody that can get them, elevate them. And I don't know what the right move is. The only right move is follow what we have discovered. Look for anywhere, maybe look again at whatever the place is called. I don't care if it's called Beaver Dam or if it's a McLeod Bridge, which I've been talking about for over a month now, where the star was found. The star was found on McLeod Bridge, unless you correct me and show me that it's not. And I don't have time to watch the whole. I'm sure some of you have actually sent me screenshots from a transcript from Plunder, which I appreciate very much. Some of the important parts. I will still read more through that. So I'll be able to present you guys with anything I've missed in the past. But this is what I think maybe, and I don't think Street View applies here, right? at McLeod Bridge, but this is, I believe, where the star was found. I believe so. And yes, if you hang with the wrong crowd, you may get the impression that a larger dog, Chancer, you heard a larger dog in Janie's trailer the second day was not able to see it clearly, with a different sound than her dog. I'm surprised that nobody. You know what? I don't care who's on that channel, Casey. I want nothing from it. Nothing. If somebody sends me a screenshot and says, okay, check it out. Here are 3 minutes where something is mentioned that you haven't covered yet and it seems credible, I will tune in immediately. Immediately. I don't think the star was planted at all. Absolutely not. Was it Justin's dog where Daniel says Justin's dog is about to die and not able to walk? I don't know. It'd be interesting, you know what I mean? To hear about that. Yes, that's the only reason that Malaya, the moment she smells money, she will come out, man. The moment she thinks that there's a fundraiser or something, she's like, what about me? That's my kids. I want that money. But she wouldn't go on. Yeah, okay. But she wouldn't go to give an interview. She knows better than that. You know what I mean? Even if you give money to her. An official interview, I think she's way too scared of. But she's simple-minded, man. She's simple-minded. She's just like, oh, money? And maybe her friends, maybe Cheryl, that was supposed to go into Cheryl's account, right? Maybe Cheryl was like, hey, why don't you get that money? These are your kids. You know what I mean? That's how these people talk. She's at the beach every day, but you know, she would probably like to have the money to do more exciting things. You know? So yeah, just dangle the carrot in front of her. But I think I'm worn out now, Ben. Seawood, and sometimes when someone is trying to tell Mike something, let me see what you say. Yeah, I don't see a lot of help coming from RCMP guys, and I don't know how it's in Canada. If one in a million, yeah. I know I talked about these Daniel comments recently, and remember, the ATV was at Earl's property. According to Janie. And she said she told Justin to get the ATV. And one of you said she told before that it was Ron. You know what I mean? Oh, I see. We know so little, man. We know so little, but little by little we find out. And the reason is, of course, that the RCMP doesn't want to. But either way, I'm glad I had my fan on the whole time and the picture is still clear. Man, I love the chat. I was muted, yeah. Because a commercial came on. She was not right. Surviving, not thriving. Who, Malaya? Malaya had never really a good life, maybe. I don't know. Oh, previous live stream? Open a previous live stream. You know what? Maybe I do that later when I'm not here. Pay attention to CB, guys. She knows what I don't. Oh my God, this wears me out, people. I know how Belinda must feel. And literally, this and AB's chat is the only one where I can even see myself going these days. And how long has it been now? Oh my God. Well, think I've been on for a long time, but ICC, I know that this idiotic channel is on right now. And I think that whenever an idiotic channel, that's what I've been doing lately. When an idiotic channel is on, I want to be on the same time. Because then I have the people who don't want to be there on here. And then it tends to be that the chat quality gets even better. I'll do it later because my battery's almost done. If I'm gone, I'm gone. Let me see. I'm worried now. When I'm on, dude. And when I see something important, I'm worried that I miss something because I won't be on for a while. What's so funny, Chad? I have to do both? Okay, you may. What do you think, which idiotic channel? Don't even want to mention these names anymore. I feel dirty just saying them, you know? Yeah, it's A balance is good. And other than that, I'm also busy, of course, doing my own research and getting information from many of you, which is really priceless, people. The chat is amazing, guys. So I hope that the people who watch me on replay are able to figure out more than me how to get to the chat. Yes, I'm talking about Sunny, yes. If you show me once that I cannot trust you, I don't trust you again. I don't trust your intentions. Let's say it like that. And if I don't trust your intentions, it's too much work to filter out, you know, what. But again, if you send me a specific, it doesn't matter what channel it is. Every channel can have good information here and there, okay? So now I'm about to go. Okay, guys? And I thank you so much. If you share this, let people know how to access the chat, man, because the chat is the best part. Thank you, Belinda and Chelsea. Thank you, all the moderators. Dan, yeah, I too many to mention now. CB, all of you guys. Thank you so much. And keep at it. And no matter what you hear from anybody, stand up for what is true. Stand up for the truth. Don't let people mislead. Don't let people sidetrack other people that are new. Make sure that anybody gets to hear the true story without the lies, trying or opportunism and on any, you know what I mean? We need to figure out what happened. Doesn't matter if the RCMP is busy, you know, maybe they have to open the case if they, you know, if they call it a cold case, I don't think they still have to reveal what happened or all the documents, but in Canada it may be different than in the States, but either way, I'm gone. Love you guys. Thank you. This was cool. Goodbye. Good night, good morning, or good evening.